Insha Ullar Mangaluru, good evening and namaskaram. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to each of you to the ET Business Conclave Awards 2025 Mangaluru Edition. It's a pleasure to really see this hall filled with visionaries, innovators and change makers, people who are not just driving business excellence, but shaping the very identity of this vibrant region. And this year's theme, Dakshina Kannada, Shaping India's Global Influence, celebrates a region that has long been the cradle of enterprise, education, and innovation. A region whose entrepreneurial energy, of course, continues to drive India's progress on the global stage. And as India sets its sights on becoming a $7 trillion economy by the year 2030, the next 5 years are set to be a defining era, one of dynamic transformation, of new opportunities, and inclusive reforms that will determine how far and how fast we grow. In this national vision, Karnataka, of course, stands tall as one of the key drivers of economic expansion, contributing nearly 9% of India's total GDP and consistently ranking among the top 3 states powering the country's growth. So the ET Business Conclave Awards 2025 Mangaluru Edition is a distinguished platform that brings together thought leaders, change makers, and industry pioneers such as you in this very room to explore Karnataka's transformative growth story. So throughout the evening, we'll delve into how data-driven insights, strategic innovation, and inclusive economic reforms are very much shaping India's future, while celebrating the trailblazers who've turned vision into value and intelligence into impact, and of course, lastly, hard work into an enduring legacy. So before we begin the evening's proceedings, I'd like to take a moment and ask you to have a glimpse of an incredible journey that this conclave has been, and a sneak preview as to what lies ahead. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to please turn your attention towards the screen for a special audiovisual presentation which captures the very essence of Dakshina Kannada, shaping India's global influence and the spirit of this grand event. Let's have a look.
Mangaluru is one of the economically thriving hub of southern India that is driving ambition, shaping innovation, and laying the foundation for a Viksit Bharat. From next-generation industries to transformative startups, Mangaluru is at the forefront of India's economic evolution. With a strong focus on infrastructure, innovation, and human capital, the region is setting an example for exponential growth. After successful completion of North and West Edition, we bring to you ET Business Conclave Awards 2025 Mangaluru Edition, a flagship platform that brings together policymakers, industry leaders, and change makers to chart the course of future-ready growth. A platform where we will celebrate resilience, innovation, and the bold ideas shaping the new India. ET Business Conclave Awards 2025 Mangaluru Edition, where business meets technology.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here to celebrate and salute your very contributions to Mangaluru's economy. So a huge round of applause for yourselves, please. I think it's deeply deserved. So what a powerful reflection we've just seen of how Dakshina Kannada continues to inspire India's growth story and to contribute to the global stage. But before we move forward, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge our partners in this effort. The ET Business Conclave Awards 2025 Mangaluru Edition does stem from a collaborative effort. So we are presented by Rohan Corporation. We're powered by Intel. Our knowledge partner is Nitte University. Our wealth management partner is Yes Securities. Our banking partner is Karnataka Bank. Our tech partner is AWS. Our healthcare partner is AJ Hospital. Our luxury car partner is Sundaram Motors. Our data cloud partner is Snowflake. Our sustainability partner is Hero Cycles. Our business solution partner is Zoho. Our EV partner is Ampere. And our online realty consultant partner is Roof and Floor. And our NGO partner, ladies and gentlemen, is World Vision India. So a huge round of applause for all of them, please, as well. Thank you. And now, to set the tone for the evening with his thoughts and his vision and his take on our theme, which is Dakshina Kannada, shaping India's global influence, it's my honor and pleasure to invite on stage our chief guest for the evening, Captain Brijesh Chota, Honorable Member of Parliament, Dakshina Kannada. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving the Captain a warm welcome. Sir, I ask that you kindly do join us on stage and do address our August gathering. It's a pleasure to have you amongst us. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ET ನಾವು ಇದರ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಕಾನ್ಕ್ಲೇವ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಲೈಕ್ ಐ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಕೀಪ್ ಟೆಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್, Mangalore, this region is an ocean of possibilities ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನನ್ನ ನಂಬಿಕೆ. I truly feel that this region is an ocean of possibilities. It is time we realize those possibilities. It is time we work towards realizing those possibilities. And it is also time that we realize our true potential. Our Prime Minister keeps telling us always that you don't have to wait for the opportune time. It is yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. Every moment is the right moment. So probably 2025 is the right moment because a lot of things are falling in place together. Like this region, Dakshina Kannada, the coastal part of Karnataka, has always been an example for private model of development in different walks of life. In the 70s, 60s, we set up a model as to how banking can be developed in this particular area. In the 70s, when land reforms was enacted and land reforms got executed, we should also be really happy that land reforms in the true spirit was implemented only in this part of the country. So from that perspective, social inclusion was a model we set up. Thereafter, when people lost land, they made an effort to go outside this place and set up businesses in different parts of the country. And also set a model as to how we can create small businesses, create a model of hospitality and create a model of food industry outside our region, in a place where we did not know the language, in a place where we had very little resources. But because we had that USP of taking everybody together, we set up successful businesses in Mumbai, successful businesses in Dubai, successful businesses in Bangalore. In the 90s, Mangalore also showed a model as to how private education and private healthcare can be a successful business model. So from that perspective, Mangalore has created many successful models for a small city like us. I still call it a small city, although we have achieved much more than a big city has done. We are still small people, we are still small city with very high aspirations, very high ambitions. So 2025 is a time when we are marching towards a Vikasit Bharat, for which our Prime Minister is told 2047 is the time when India will become a developed country. We are the fourth largest economy today. We are moving towards becoming the third largest and subsequently probably one of the finest governed, one of the developed nation and one of the sustainable development model. So from that perspective, Mangalore has got a role to play. So we today are also creating a very interesting thing in Mangalore about positioning our city, about positioning our region in the right perspective. So I'm seeing a lot of faces here who are putting in that effort, be it the Silicon Beach of India, be it the KCCI's model of branding Mangalore, be it our own small effort of calling people back to Uru, or a small effort of providing some light to a new idea, to a new thinking, an initiative called Bolpu, or many such initiatives which are happening privately. We should all get it all together under a platform and ensure that Mangalore starts innovating in thinking, in ideas, in new businesses, and we should innovate for the world. Towards that end, I feel ET now also is recognized Mangalore, that it's got the potential. I thank ET now for organizing a program like this in the city, which is an ocean of possibilities. I thank everybody for joining in this program. Congratulations to all the award winners of 2025. I don't have the list, but I'm pretty sure that you would have selected some deserving ones from Mangalore who will inspire many more Mangaloreans to walk in their path and also showcase Mangalore's true spirit to India and the world. I thank ET now for calling me, for inviting me to this function and giving me an opportunity to address you all. Thanks ET now, and congratulations to all the award winners. Wish you all the best. Once again, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. Thank you.
Captain, I ask that you please remain on stage with us for a few moments longer. We'd like to take the opportunity to present you with a token of our gratitude, to felicitate you. If I could please ask my colleague, national editor with the Times Network, Anuya Yadav, to kindly please take the stage to present the captain with the token of our appreciation. Yes. And thank you so much, Captain Brajesh Chauta, for your inspiring words and for sharing your vision on how Dakshina Kannada continues to be a force that's very much shaping India's global future. The captain's insights have truly set the tone for an evening that celebrates the region's entrepreneurial spirit and leadership excellence. Huge round of applause. Thank you so much, Captain, and thank you, Anuya. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to delve deeper into one of the most exciting sessions of the evening. And that is a fireside chat on a very specially curated topic, which is rethinking growth and leadership from Mangaluru. This conversation will explore how Mangaluru's business leaders are really redefining growth, balancing traditional values with modern ambition, and essentially steering their enterprises with resilience, with innovation, and with foresight. This session is presented by Rohan Corporation, and to lead this engaging discussion, please join me in welcoming our moderator and my colleague, senior news editor with the Times Network, Mr. Sumit Lakhutia. Huge round of applause for him, please. And joining him in this insightful fireside chat is a dynamic entrepreneur whose work reflects the very essence of Mangaluru's growth story. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Dion Monteiro, Director, Rohan Corporation India Private Limited. It's a pleasure to have you with us, sir. It promises to be a power-packed discussion, and with that, Sumit, over to you. Let's have the mics on stage, please. Thank you. Yes, Sumit, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Pooja. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And hi, Dion. Thank you so much for taking our time and for talking to us today. It's going to be a very interesting conversation. We are kickstarting the Business Conclave Awards here, etnow.in's Mangaluru Edition here. I want to talk to you about, of course, the city, how it's growing. And more importantly, you know, Rohan Corporation, your legacy and leadership here is quite famous. Everybody here knows about it. Everybody in the state knows about it. But how are you seeing this move towards, sustainable community-driven development happening here? Because that is very much the need of the hour, and it's important for leaders like your corporation to be setting the path that others can also follow. So just wanted your opening thoughts on that.
Well, first and foremost, I want to thank ET News for having me here. And also I want to extend a warm welcome to all my dignitaries here as well. Sumit, thank you so much for asking that question. So in terms of the legacy in Mangalore, I think Mangalore is a city that you can't compare with any other city, not just in India, but anywhere in the world, right? And be it the weather, the food, the people, the culture, all of it is top-notch. I don't think you can compare. In terms of, as you said, community planning and everything else, what is very important when we at Rohan Corporation take up a project, it's not just about, say, building a building just for the sake of it, but how it affects that community. When we build a project, what's most important is taking into account who are the type of people living there, the feasibility studies, what's required in that area, is it commercial, residential, and what are people actually looking for. You can't build a ultra luxury unit in somewhere that could necessarily need maybe a budgeted apartment, right? So we build around the community and we build something that will easily integrate over there.
Right. The Honorable Chief Guest, just before in his speech, Captain Chowta also mentioned that, sahi samay and yahi samay. So the opportunity is there. Can you shed some more light on how Rohan Corporation is seeing some of the important opportunities in some of your landmark projects, upcoming projects, or the ones that have recently been completed? How are you seeing the real estate space in Mangalore changing, evolving, and how are you, through your projects, kind of filling in that demand?
So there are multiple different IT hubs, different companies, multinational companies, retail spaces, all being taken up by companies that are coming in from outside into Mangalore. And that is something that's really great. Even Mangalore is known as a hospital hub and healthcare hub, and we have some great infrastructure in that sense. But say projects such as Rohan Square, what we're doing, it's one of the largest commercial units in Mangalore. Not the largest, but one of it. And we're seeing great demand with a lot of companies wanting to move into great spaces. And that's where I think any developer in Mangalore wants to provide, right? If you have a great space, you'll automatically have people who want to move into that space. And moreover, even giving all the necessary amenities such as sensor-powered lights, great drainage systems, great HVAC systems, fire safety suppression, all these sort of things.
And Dion, I'll take you to your first answer where you spoke about, what the culture, the uniqueness, the heritage of Mangalore is. Now, it's important, like you said, that should be retained. So, what is the strategy for balancing on one end the commercial growth while also keeping environmental sustainability in mind, the heritage of this place, the growth, the culture of Mangalore in place? How are you balancing that?
So, the commercial aspect of it, as I mentioned earlier, that still stands. But when it comes to the green initiative, but surely in terms of the materials we use, us putting in a lot of effort behind the greenery, behind the landscaping, behind using different types of products. Say we use AAC cement blocks. It not just helps in reducing construction waste by 30%, but also adds to the insulation aspect of it, reduces temperature so that it's more feasible to stay inside an apartment in Mangalore, and also reduces air cooling costs by 20 to 25%. So if you take all these things into account, plus your water landscape, greenery, all this play an account into any sort of construction as well.
One thing is that the growth in Mangalore, specifically if we're talking about the the real estate ecosystem, the growth is there. But what are some steps, both from private players, from public, from the government? What would you think maybe some of the steps that are being taken or that could be taken which could help develop Mangalore as a real estate hub? What are some thoughts on that?
So the first would be clarity in land policy. I think having clarity and transparency in that would really help many not developers and new players to come into the market and start doing even more creative things in the industry. And definitely we are moving towards that. I think the government is also being very supportive in that end. And apart from that, I would say constant and steady funding in the real estate industry, flexible loans for customers, a clear line of funding for any developer, feasible payment plans, all these play into an account as well. And thirdly, entering the digital age. Real estate traditionally takes a long period of time to adapt to an industry, but what we see now is players are adapting quickly to AI, players are adapting quickly to new technologies, digital locks, Wi-Fi systems, energy efficient sensors, all these sort of things. And that I think these three policies would really help in taking real estate to the next stage.
So it's interesting you're talking about innovation and newer systems. I want to talk to you about how technology is changing even for the real estate sector, but also how your consumer in a way is also changing. What I mean by that is, you know, the new consumer who might be younger in age, who might be in their 20s, the Gen Zs, who, you know, there is also talks about, you know, whether to buy a house or to rent a house. That is always a larger conversation happening. But your thoughts on how real estate can become more accessible, more aspirational for Gen Z? Again, because, you know, on the one side, there is also this growth of startups and new age IT tech companies coming up. So the people that might be working there, those founders there, how can real estate match their aspirations, what they have in mind?
Real estate from a consumer standpoint, that is the customers coming to us. Everything, so now if you look, content creation is a huge part of real estate itself. Everything you need to pitch your consumer, and it's all done through the phone, through social media, etc. Where real estate stands now is us providing extreme clarity about our industry and also mentioning the different aspects that are available. So there's a lot of data that goes behind real estate, a lot of analytics, a lot of marketing, why branding creates demand, all these sort of subjects. That to a consumer, apart from just the features. So when you say technology, you can include multiple features such as digital log, Wi-Fi enabled safety systems, renewable energy, and you know, multiple different, like even in the construction material that we use, that is using green materials, that, you know, as I mentioned earlier. But more than that, if you want to look at bringing people into the industry as a career path, you can't just focus on the aspect of buying and selling homes, but on a broader scale, all the other departments involved, that is finance, HR, marketing, branding, even data analytics, social media, etc.
No, exactly. So actually moving more to that point where you said about looking at a career. So for people who might be even wanting to explore real estate as a career, where they might want to work in a company, your thoughts on how do you balance this new age requirement that the young talent might want, while keeping your institutional discipline that is core of Rohan Corporation? How do you balance both of those?
For the current generation to get into real estate, it needs to be purpose driven. Real estate isn't just about making money, but for the younger generation, you need to include some sort of purpose or reason why they're into that industry. Everything is based now on interests, based on preferences. So one is clearly chalk out what is the purpose of being in real estate. Second is real estate is traditionally a legacy career or a prestigious career. That's a career path people have taken, say, through generations. Things are changing now. We are having young players enter into the market with even more innovative concepts, such as, you know, making roads in a laboratory, building blocks like Legos, right? So that's extremely interesting to see. For real estate to be adapted or preferred by the younger generation, I think first thing that would need to be done is present clarity and give out that information, such as why real estate, what is the whole purpose, housing, commercial units, gated communities, the science behind it, that is, you know, when it goes to construction, materials used, taking all these factors into consideration and giving that knowledge, I would say not just not just between the age group of 20 to 25 where you decide what your career truly is going to be, but even before that at educational, like primary, high school, taking this concept at that levels is when you will see people not just think about professions such as finance, HR, or engineering, or being a rock star or something like that. You want to move past that, and you want to bring real estate also into the forefront. So you want to take that as a preference as well.
I think somewhere, Dion, give me your thoughts on this also, that somewhere with real estate, the older, I mean, say decades ago, real estate was very opaque. There was not so much transparency, but now because of innovations, because of technology, digitization, there is a lot of transparency coming in by way of, what's happening, how the ecosystem is functioning. Are you thinking that that is also helping open it up, giving a kind of a good eye view, a bird's eye view, a deeper insight for the consumer, both for consumers who want to buy as well as for people who want to look for careers in that? Do you think this transparency is helping them a lot?
Definitely. I think that's one of the biggest factors. Now, any consumer, end of the day, you need complete transparency in what product you're buying. When you say real estate, right, it plays a huge part in all aspects of life. The place you go to work, the place where you stay with your family, the place you go to recreate, all these sort of things, it needs infrastructure. It needs a place to go to. So you need transparency. I think the more transparency you offer your customer in terms of your product, the features, the materials used, the type of environment that you're in, the location that you're in, it's very essential. Being around a community that is having a place of worship, having schools, colleges, universities, healthcare organizations, all this plays a part. You build that entire ecosystem, and that's when transparency in your product also plays a key part.
And if we talk about some of your projects, how are you kind of incorporating some of these new innovations, some of the elements that incorporate sustainability, that incorporate resilience? Because environmental sustainability is a very important factor now and is becoming more and more important as every day passes. How are you incorporating that?
So first and foremost, any construction or any project that we take up, we're not looking at short term, we're looking at long term, how this will develop that whole area or community. So for example, Rohan Marina 1, the project we launched recently, there will be a lot of questions such as, okay, will the high sea salt content affect the building? Will there be high wind resistance, stuff like that? So one thing to keep in mind is you need to follow all the government regulations that are out there. And apart from that, you need to give the best quality where you can 100% assure your customer. So here we use My1 Construction, we use SRC cement that is better, that is very corrosion resistant to the high salt content. Apart from that, SS308 railings with epoxy coating and toughened glass. Apart from even the windows and door panels, when you take that into consideration, they have to be extremely resistant to the environment and the climate over there, especially near the beach, right? Again, all the government regulations you need to follow, make sure everything is up to code. So then you can guarantee a product that is safe, and not just from the outside, but from the inside as well. Good plumbing systems, good electrical protection, safety fire, all that. You take all that into consideration as well.
One important thing that you just was going through my head while you were answering this is that people always think that, real estate, you're building a project, it's kind of like a one solution that you can replicate everywhere, but that's not the case. Every project is unique based on where it is located, based on who it is, who's the target group for that. So that's also a lot of customization goes into everything. Dion, just wanting to know, how would you compare Mangalore's real estate market to maybe what Bangalore is, to what Mumbai or Delhi is, these metropolitan cities? How would you compare these markets?
The comparison is, there is a day and night comparison. I think that's very obvious to everyone here. But Mangalore as a city, we're really developing and we're really pushing towards that development. Everyone in the city is playing a part towards that. From, your local vendors all the way to your major corporates, everyone's playing a part. where Mangalore differs from a city, from a bigger metro like Bangalore and Bombay, is one is our culture and heritage. All cities have their culture and heritage. Mangalore, we are even more adamant to keep that strong and to not let go of that. The other thing is everyone wants to incorporate modern living, but it has to transition into the city effectively. It shouldn't be like, a glaring thumb that you just can't get rid of. Right. So that's one way of going about it. Apart from that, it's really great to see IT infrastructures, retailers, major companies, organizations entering into Mangalore because we aren't just an educational hub in terms of engineering, in terms of healthcare, but we are also going to different places in finance, in IT, in even innovation in AI and stuff like that. I mean, it's great to see the type of people that are coming into the city of Mangalore.
Definitely, kind of maybe bridging both aspects where you're keeping the culture, the heritage, but bringing in some the innovations and the developments that are happening. If we have to look a little ahead, maybe over the next decade, what is Rohan Corporation's vision for Mangalore for the next decade? How are you creating neighborhoods that people would aspire to live in?
So as I mentioned about community development, we have been doing that for the last 3 decades now, with 10 million square feet delivered, 25 projects completed, 12 ongoing, and 16 projects coming soon. So when you take all these factors, as everything we mentioned earlier of community development, of the green principle and certifications, safety certifications, and the opportunities coming into Bangalore, in the next 10 years, Rohan Corporation isn't just planning on making residential units and commercial units for the sake of buying and selling and trade, but to be very service oriented. Everyone needs a home. And that's where Rohan Corporation comes in. We want to provide a home to everyone and also promote the city of Mangalore on a global scale. That is our goal, at least at Rohan Corporation. Not to just build for now, but build for the next generation.
And what would you say could be some of the unique aspects of okay, I'll give you an example where I'm getting from. So I'm from Mumbai, where what I've seen over the last few decades is that earlier it used to be just like standalone buildings, but now they've become like the gated communities. So in that community you get everything. You'll have your garden, you'll have your gym, you've got shopping centers for your groceries and all of that. Do you think this is something that Mangalore would go towards, or are you seeing, any kind of unique aspects of Mangalore's real estate that you could share with us?
Mangalore is already moving in that direction. I think there are a lot of great developers in Mangalore who are already planning things on that scale, including us at Rohan Corporation. And I'm really excited to see what the future is going to be like. For us, I think the city of Mangalore, our main aspiration now is not just to be a tier 2 city, but to go forward and be a tier 1 city within Karnataka. Mangalore isn't just a problem to Bangalore isn't just a solution to Bangalore's current problems, but also a great standalone city on its own. So I think that's what we're trying to strive for.
Well, we're just about out of time, but one last question, Dion. So while we've got this splendid audience here, where people will also be watching us around the nation, what would be your message to people who are not from Mangalore? What would be like maybe 2 or 3 unique points of Mangalore that you would be talking to them about and maybe inviting them to come be a part of the Mangalore lifestyle?
I'd really like for more people to come into Mangalore. It's a great city to live in, amazing weather. As you and I were speaking earlier, you asked me what were my favorite aspects of Mangalore. Yeah. One is the culture and heritage. I think that's really important to our city, and that's what makes us what we are. It's a great educational hub and soon an even greater business hub as well. And apart from that, my favorite part, this is on a very personal level, I love the food in Mangalore. I've been here all my life. I've traveled all over the world, but I don't think anything compares to home.
Fantastic. On that note, Dion, thank you so much for your time, for shedding light on this important topic, and for sharing your vision with us. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dion. Thank you so much.
Yes, a huge round of applause indeed, and thank you for adding that color and that candor to the conversation. And if I could please have Sumit kindly felicitate Mr. Montero with a small token of our appreciation after this photo op to capture the moment, of course. Sir, a token of our gratitude, thank you for being here at the ETNow.in Business Conclave Awards 2025 Mangaluru Edition. Wonderful. All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And with that, we'll move on to our next big conversation of the evening. And this is a panel discussion that truly captures the essence of the future of this region. And the theme for this session is Mangaluru 2.0. The confluence of innovation and infrastructure. And this discussion will focus on how Mangaluru is essentially reinventing itself, blending its strong industrial and educational foundation with cutting-edge innovation, technology, smart infrastructure, urban development, and the list goes on. So from new age cutting-edge urban mobility to digital ecosystems and real estate growth, Mangaluru is emerging as a model of very balanced progress, where innovation meets tradition and infrastructure fuels opportunity. So to moderate this power-packed panel discussion, if I could please invite back on stage Mr. Sumit Lukutia. Thank you once again, and please, a round of applause. Do keep it coming, ladies and gentlemen. And joining him on stage are our distinguished panelists this evening, who include Mr. Rohit Bhatt, founder of WorkWork, 99 Games, and Robosoft, and the founding president of the Thai Mangaluru chapter. Then we have Mr. Dharmendra B. Mehta, who's the president-elect for Credai Karnataka, and Mr. Arun Prabha, general manager, Mangaluru Smart City Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have all three gentlemen please take their seats on stage and join us for what promises to be a power pack back and forth on Mangaluru 2.0, the confluence of innovation and infrastructure. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And with that, Sumit, over to you.
Thank you, thank you. So, gentlemen, thank you for your time, for joining me here today. Again, a very important topic here. Since we're talking about Mangaluru 2.0, always an important conversation, and great viewpoints we'll be getting from all the three participants. Mr. Bhatt, I'd like to start with you first. The tech story, and leading on from my earlier conversation also, we were talking about how Mangalore is building up as an innovation hub, as an IT hub. Just your thoughts. So, world over we talk about Silicon Valley in the US. What can make Mangaluru a Silicon Beach? What could be that kind of mix that can help bring about this innovation, this IT hub space here in Mangalore?
Yeah, I think, for any ecosystem to be a self-sustaining ecosystem, I always say there are three things. Okay, one is best of life, best of opportunities, and best of infra, right? Very, building blocks. And when it comes to best of life, the speaker from Rohan Corporation spoke about it at length, how, what a good quality of life is available in Mangalore. Now, for IT to come and for people to, be here, the next thing is, there should be opportunities, for people to stay here or people to come back to this region. Opportunities need to exist. And for opportunities to, come up, you need the right kind of office infrastructure, right? So for companies looking at coming back to the region, the first thing they ask is, okay, where is the infrastructure? Where can I move in? And things like that. And I think we used to have this, ready-made office infrastructure issue in Mangalore a couple of years ago, which is now, in a way, solved with private players, multiple co-working space companies are there in Mangalore. So there is a plug and play office system, available now in Mangalore. So that is solving in a way the office infra problem, right? The third thing is now the opportunities. Okay, how do you create the opportunities? So there is a lot of branding activity that has been having, and calling ourselves as the Silicon Beach of India is part of that branding exercise. Calling Mangaluru as a 15-minute city is another one of them. Because in this time when the metros are so congested and getting from anywhere to anywhere is a 2-hour, 3-hour kind of a problem, when Mangalore says that we are a 15-minute city, it drives the point home to people that, oh, okay, if I go there, instead of spending 2 hours in the traffic, I am spending more time, with my family or at work, one of the two, right? So I think, that's a good proposition. So when this happens, companies are now beginning to look at Mangalore with more interest. In the last 2 years, more than 40 companies have come. More than 8,000 new jobs have been created in the IT sector in Mangalore. So the opportunities are slowly coming. And in IT, it's like if more people are there, more companies will come, and more companies, more people will come. So I think it's important to get that self-perpetuating loop going. So I think we are seeing the early stages of that happening in Mangalore, where best of life, best of infra, and best of opportunities are happening. And I think the early stages of that is in place. Now we need to move further from that.
Fantastic. So definitely showing a lot of promise, showing a lot of expectations from the future, which is it's an exciting time, I'm sure, to be in here at the moment. Mr. Dharmendra Mehta, sir, I'd like to come to you next, because like I was speaking in my earlier session also about how the real estate is changing here. From your position, I just want to get your thoughts on the real estate pattern that is changing here, and how Mangalore is getting into this new space, new hub. What I mean by that is that, what could be the new upcoming areas of development, movement towards more like a vertical living as opposed to horizontal living, but maintaining the beauty of the coast, which is one of the jewels in the crown of Mangalore. Just wanting your thoughts on that, sir.
See, for development in Mangalore has been always ahead of the curve. So like the policies which Mangalore had from 2011 had a concept of premium FAR and TDR, which Bangalore just got it last year. So we were, almost a decade plus ahead of Bangalore also. In terms of the aspirational, kind of need which we fulfill for the, real estate, Mangalore has been giving some of the best real estate projects for a decade now,
Right.
And I'm sure you must have seen the topography of Mangalore. Mangalore has a very kind of, undulated topography, hills and valleys.
Yes.
Going horizontal, we have given up a decade back, because it takes a lot of land space, so we have a lot of cutting of the soil and filling of the soil, which is not at all recommended. B, we need green space.
Yes.
We need water to be absorbed by the soil. Natural way of what you call rainwater harvesting. Vertical is the only solution which Mangalore decided maybe a decade back. A decade back we were doing around 20-storied apartments. Today we are doing between 40 and 50-storied apartments. And Bangalore is just catching up with Mangalore in terms of the high rise. We don't cover the ground area more than 15% for the development of the building. So 85% of our ground area is open. Open for greeneries, garden, green spaces, water absorption, and so on and so forth. So the only way we look at real estate is A, be green. A lot of projects are having IGBC green certificate also now. B, give the aspirational kind of features in our project. Mangaloreans, They are, outgoing people. You will find Mangaloreans throughout the world, leave alone the, cities in India. They want to experience the same thing, what they're experiencing in Bombay, what they're experiencing in Dubai, what they're experiencing in some of this Western world. And we are exactly doing that. We are giving them international standards homes, international standard feel of living in a city. And that is what Mangalore, it stands apart from most of the metro cities also. So like if you look at Karnataka, in terms of population, Mangalore is number 4 in terms of population as a city. We are just less than 1 million. Whereas if you look at Mysore, it is close to 2 million. You look at Hubli, Dharwad, it is 2.5 million. And of course, Bangalore is close to 14, 15 million. But with this 1 million population, if you see the per capita services availability here is one of the highest. If you look at the city, Mangalore has been rated as one of the safest city in the country. And I think one of the 5th or 6th safest city in the world. Wow. Mangalore is the 3rd cleanest city in the country. So, this is all driven by people. This is not driven by the government. This is all driven by people. And this makes Mangalore really stand apart. And as Rohit mentioned, that IT is on a takeoff stage. Yeah. When IT comes in, the infrastructure part, like the buildings for IT, like the residences for IT, like other social infrastructure for IT, this is all provided by the real estate developers. And we are ready. We are a little ahead of them.
This is, you're like making it really tempting for me from Mumbai, Bombay. I've lived my whole life there, but you're making it more and more tempting for me to start envisioning a life here in this, because you've got the best of both worlds. You've got the most innovation, you've got the green. But I really think that is a very important point that you raised, that the constructions that are being done are keeping these, rainwater harvesting, ensuring groundwater is not impacted, ensuring that you're not unnecessarily cutting mountains just to make buildings, but you're preserving the nature aspect also.
See, I'll just give you one small statistics here. The green cover in the private properties is 42%. The green cover in the public spaces is only 6%. That tells you, the participation of the people in keeping the city green.
Fantastic. I'll now move to Mr. Arun sir from Mangaluru Smart City. So, the idea of a smart city is very important. It helps bring about the innovation to show the progress of any city. From your point of view, sir, I wanted to know, one part is, like we were talking, growth of the city, but also we need to balance the heritage, the culture of this beautiful city. How are you seeing that happening, where, new technology is coming in? You are being able to position and look at the Beyond Bangalore initiative also, but also maintain the heritage, the beauty of this city. Wanting your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Basically, when the smart city, the very idea came to Mangalore, I think it has come at the right time. When Mangalore was being positioned as the 2nd best city in Karnataka for IT, smart city also came in. Now, always, Mangalore had this tag that Mangalore, does not have places to go out. There is no places to hang around and all that. One of the things Mangalore Smart City has done is, we are taking back the city to the river. Mangalore traditionally has been a river-bound city. There is a 30-kilometer river beach that engulfs the city. Unfortunately, over the years, it's become impregnable. I mean, people don't touch the river in Mangalore. So what the smart city did was to position the smart city itself as a tool to get the city to look at the river. So the riverfront project has been taken. Now almost about 2 kilometers as a pilot set has been done. That was one. And we came to the other end of the city, the Tannir Bavi side and all that. These were also, tourism, Mangalore probably in the western coast of this country, there is no other place as good as Mangalore. Probably, every other city has developed. Mangalore now has the opportunity. Now we are at the starting gate. Okay, we will now have the chance to dash and beat every city in the west coast because everything is now ready. The smart city has taken and so many initiatives we have made. That one, we have made the city core more accessible, better, more safe and all that. Apart from that, coming into Mangalore has always been a challenge. Mangalore is connected to Kerala. Coming from the Kerala side to the city was taking about 20-25 minutes. We have made an underpass. Now, on the other side of the city, from the western side to enter the city, it was taking about 25-30 minutes. We have built a bridge. So all this put together, now I think Mangalore is best connected. It is likely to be decongested. And also we have opened up so many sectors. Like as I speak, an international event is being held at a place where Smart City has developed an indoor stadium of international class. First time in the state, an international badminton tournament is being held in Mangalore. Right. And that's been possible due to Smart City.
Fantastic. That is great to hear. And it just shows the future vision, the future runway, the future potential that this place has. Mr. Bhatt, I want to be a little bit of a devil's advocate with you. A few weeks ago, there was this news about international IT giant setting up, promising to put in a lot of money to set up an AI center on the east coast of the country. I'll play devil's advocate with you. What would it take for a similar investment in an AI center to be put up in Mangaluru? Are we ready right now? I leave it as a very broad and open question to you. What is left to be done or what is already done for maybe Mangaluru to go out and say, hey, global IT giants of the world, come here and set up your IT hubs, AI hubs?
Yeah. So I think, I'll probably expand on, Mangalore a little bit and probably talk more about the coast. So if you look at, Andhra's planning as well, they're looking at making this entire coast as a major engine of growth. Okay. And a similar proposition is possible in Karnataka as well. If the government starts looking at this region as a second engine of growth. In Karnataka, we have only one engine of growth, which is Bangalore, which is doing phenomenally well. Okay. But with great success, you get all the associated problems with it. And making it a tech hub, making it a data center hub is a natural progression, in that direction. And I think when you look at the entire coast, there is a lot of possibility as you go north. There is a lot of avenues where you can set up the data center hub. In fact, as a IT grouping and all, we are putting together a white paper on this, where we are thinking of positioning this region as a data center hub for the state. Okay, we have some natural advantages. The biggest advantage is we are very close to Bangalore, and most of the largest GCCs in the countries are available. They are already located in Bangalore, so it's a good proximity location for them to house their data in this region. Second, our advantage is we can have a subsea cable landing here, which is not possible when you go internal, which is the advantage even Vizag had. So with if the state government and the central government work together on this, and if we can show the way in terms of a white paper that something like that is possible, I think data center investment can definitely come to this region. And just to add to that, data centers don't generate a lot of jobs, but they generate insane amount of revenues. And I think we all know the revenue potential of that, and that helps with GDP. And when you have GDP, you can go back to the state center and ask them for more shares of infra development, highway construction, double rail connection. We can ask for a lot of things, and we should definitely push for that.
Yeah, definitely, sir, because based on that, on those data centers, revenue comes in, employer jobs come in, talent comes in, and once it's literally like that. If that gate is open, then it leads for many more to come in, many more organizations to come in and want to set up things here.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
Mr. Dharmendra, sir, one point that I want to again maybe play a little devil's advocate with you also. From CREDI's point of view, we've spoken about, all three gentlemen, you've all spoken about the potential of growth here in Mangaluru. A decade later, 2 decades later, we're looking at this fantastic growth. But how do we maintain this growth on the right path? What I mean is, worst case scenario, I'll give you, what can we do to ensure Mangaluru doesn't become the next Bangalore in the way of the, like you said, the congestion. You said 15 minutes city. It shouldn't become 2 hours, 3 hours in traffic. It shouldn't become that we are water shortage. We should not have any space. We should not have any quality of life. What are the key points to be kept in mind from your bank of experience to ensure that growth is the right kind of growth?
See, we have the advantage of learning from the mistakes of Bangalore. And we have been taking the right steps to, to look at the development from the holistic perspective. I'll give you a few points. Okay. From the government side, Jalashri project, which has been started, which is also aided by the Mangaluru Smart City, it will ensure that Mangaluru will not have water shortage. B, we get the water from the rivers. So we have vented dams. So vented dams height has been increased, and retaining walls have been built, jack wells have been repaired, and all that work has already happened in advance. We are already, on the way to get our drainage system completely mapped, completely, graded as per the, large stormwater drains, middle stormwater drains, connecting stormwater drains. Their levels, their pumping, water pumping. So that is work in progress. Government has already taken ADB loan. That work is happening. And hopefully within maybe next 1 or 2 years, that will be 100% completed. So even today, when it really rains, in the low-lying area, you see some waterlogging. But maybe a year from now, that waterlogging problem will not be there. Then the third part, our UGD system. Complete UGD work has been happening. Again, here the government has taken loan from ADB, and complete city UGD system has been upgraded. Newer areas are getting UGD, dense, where the population is not very dense. Even there, UGD and water supply is happening. So the growth can move into those areas because the infrastructure is ahead of its curve. Most cities, what happens is, city grows in a particular direction, infrastructure follows much later. Here the infrastructure is already getting in place before the city moves in that direction. The other aspect what we are looking at in Mangalore is, so like I mentioned to you, Premium FR and TDR, most of the Mangalore roads have been concretized because here it rains heavily. Second problem we have is undulated terrain. So when there's a slope, the water picks up the speed, the momentum is there, it washes off the roads. If it's a tar road, it washes off with one monsoon. So all the city roads have been concretized. So the longevity of the roads is very good. The traffic is pothole free. Like in Bangalore, every other day you see some tragic news, somebody has fallen and died because of the pothole. In Mangalore, you will never find such news coming out. So what we are trying to do here is, we are trying to create infrastructure for socio-economic development, not only within the ABD area, but even on the outskirts. So when the development has to be done, it can move easily to the outskirts. And Mangalore city is 132 square kilometers. It's a very, very low density population, 1 million with 132 square meters. So we have a lot of land to grow. And roads development, if you just go towards the east of Mangalore, because Mangalore can only grow to the east. Yeah. North and south we have rivers, and west also we have the sea. We have 5 roads going eastward, all are concrete roads, for maybe at least 15 to 20 kilometers. So infrastructure is in place, development is happening. So we don't see that Bangalore kind of a thing will be repeated in Mangalore.
That's really important, and it's great to have you clear that out, because the worry always is that real estate, the building too will be built, the building will be done, but what about when I step out of the building? That is an essential part which many people talk. So that's great to see that going. Arjun sir, just say a little bit more on that, where I wanted to talk more about some kind of how are you focusing, how are you keeping in mind the blueprint of the city? Where I'll come from you is that a city is always a mixed use. There people are staying, IT hub, there will be offices, commercial space, real retail space, educational hub. How is this in the Mangaluru smart city vision? How is this blueprint of the city kind of accommodating all these aspects? If you could shed some light on that.
Yeah, the smart city has developed as a ABD concept, area-based development. Mangalore has 60 election wards. In this, only 8 have been developed on a replicable model. Okay. Now, in the next phase, the rest of the 52 wards will be developed on the same lines. We have a lot of learnings that has happened in the first phase. This just needs to be replicated. Now, what's happening to Mangalore is, look at Mangalore, a couple of things. We have the best district collector's office in the state. We have the best swimming pool in the state in Mangalore. We have the best indoor stadium in Karnataka in Mangalore. We have the water meter system already being planned. We have bridges all across. Mangalore is being connected left, right and center. In the next 2-3 years, there won't be a space in Mangalore which you can reach in 5-10 minutes. So this is the kind of connectivity Mangalore is growing to. And I don't think there is any other place as exciting as Mangalore. That apart, see also the stability of the economy. There are 7 smart cities in Karnataka. One of the main themes of smart city was also getting the private players to participate in smart city through PPP projects. You will be surprised to learn that Mangalore has the highest participation from private sector. We have crossed 270 crores of private investment, which even Bangalore did not. So this is a kind of support, this is a kind of undercurrent that's happening in Mangalore. Mangaloreans, everything here is aspiring to beat Bangalore hands down. This is what's happening in Mangalore. I don't think I need to explain it in more eloquent terms at all.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. Mr. Bhatt, one important part in your first answer, you were also talking about that investment is really important for the ecosystem to grow. And specifically with you, I'm coming from investments in the IT space. What kind of investors, what is the trend of investors that you're seeing who are showing interest in Mangalore? What is some aspects of Mangalore that are helping to boost the confidence of these investors who would say that, yes, okay, from an IT business, let me get my business to Mangalore, let me set it up there. What are the kind of conversations that are happening that you could share with us?
Yeah, I think by investment, I presume you are meaning to say into the companies, right? Not the IT investment, the infra investment. So see, in Mangalore we have this forum called Time Mangaluru. It's a community formed 2 years ago to foster entrepreneurship and help the next generation of entrepreneurs with guidance from the seasoned entrepreneurs in the region. See, one of the key aspects of this region is there are 3 companies here, 3 startups started from this region who got $100 million plus exit. Okay, no other emerging hub in the city, in the country can boast of 3 large exits, and all these exits have been to very world players. Okay, so I think there is a lot of learning that can be passed to the next generation. So in the recent past, we are seeing an angel investment ecosystem building up in the region. So, multiple angel investments have happened in the region where our money is backing our entrepreneurs. Okay, that's number one thing. Second thing, we are seeing external capital also invest in this region. One of the funds that is active is Rain Matter from Zerodha Investment. They have already done 3 investment here in the last 1 year. And I think it's only going to accelerate. So in January, mid-January, we are going to have a very large entrepreneurship conclave in Mangalore called TiCon 2026, TiCon Mangaluru 2026. More than 500 participants, at least 300 of them are from outside our region, include some of the best investors, some of the best startup practitioners in the country will be coming here and speaking and looking at our startups. We are going to showcase 330 of our best startups from this region to this August audience to show them our entrepreneurs are no less than anybody else.
Well, that's great, and that will definitely be something that is an exciting thing that is coming up. Mr. Dharmendra sir, we've spoken infrastructure, we've spoken the growth, we've spoken real estate ecosystem. I'll now talk to you from a layman perspective, like an individual like me who has seen, the real estate market around the country, the Gurgaon, how the value of the land, the value of property has skyrocketed. Mumbai also, it's just the rate of the square feet rate when we buy a house there is just insane. For someone that is wanting to say that, okay, let me come to Mangalore, let me buy a flat and hope for a investment appreciation in the next 5 to 10 years. What is your view on that? What would you be advising? If I'm coming here to say I want to buy a house here just from an investment point of view for the next 10 years, what would you tell me?
See, I will give you some past statistics. You can take your own decision based on that. So 2 decades back, Mangalore was going at residential 1,000 rupees a square foot. A decade back, it was 4,000 a square foot, 4x. Today, it is 8 to 12,000 rupees a square foot. Again, we are almost at 3x. So, definitely good returns are there in real estate in Mangalore. And if the way we look at IT coming into Mangalore, if I am not wrong, I think 25 to 30,000 IT employees are there in Mangalore, which is nothing compared to Bangalore. Bangalore has around 8 to 9 lakh IT employees. So, if we are able to scale up from here to even say 1 lakh employees or 2 lakh employees, the demand for real estate will be phenomenal. And with the demand, appreciation will definitely follow. So, it's a good investment opportunity which is available here.
Okay, great. We're just about out of time, but Ms. Arun sir, one last question to you. 5 years down the line, if the 4 of us are sitting on another panel, what would we be talking about in the sense, what would we have seen the new Mangaluru looking like 5 years later? What's your thought of what this city could be in 5 years?
We will be market leaders. See, this has been a cradle to best of the banks in the country. This has been a cradle to best of the businesses. And I'm very sure when you come 5 years for 2030 conclave, I'm sure we'll be holding a huge program here, and Mangalore would have beaten Bangalore hands down.
Thank you so much, sir. On that very exciting note, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for this panel. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for such an insightful discussion.
All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you, Rohit. Thank you, Dharmendra. Thank you, Arun. And if I could please have Sumit Lakutia kindly present our panelists with the token of our appreciation after this quick photo op to capture the moment. Thank you. Thank you. This is essentially a token of our appreciation and our gratitude. Thank you for being here at the ET Now.in Business Conclave Awards 2025 Mangaluru Edition. Huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists. What an enriching discussion, and thank you for sharing those valuable perspectives. Thank you to all of our distinguished speakers. All right, and thank you, Sumit, for asking all the pertinent questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move into our next fireside chat. And this chat is a conversation that very much reflects the pulse of India's new age growth story. And this session is presented in partnership with our banking partner, Karnataka Bank. And the specially curated theme for this session is Digital Leapfrog, MSMEs scaling with e-commerce. So in a rapidly digitizing economy, MSMEs are not just keeping pace, they're leapfrogging into the future by harnessing the power of e-commerce. So this next discussion will explore how digital platforms, compliance systems, and innovative business models are helping small and medium enterprises expand by crossing boundaries and building sustainable growth strategies in a highly competitive marketplace. So for this engaging conversation, I ask that you please join me in welcoming our esteemed guest, Vinay Bhatt, who is the General Manager, Chief Compliance Officer, and Principal Officer at Karnataka Bank. Huge round of applause, please. Vinay, if we could kindly have you on stage. And I am particularly privileged and kicked to be spearheading this conversation. So with that, I'll make my way over to Sir. So Vinaya, it's no surprise that, Karnataka Bank is cherished amongst the small business community, right? The small business community has always cared for Karnataka Bank, and Karnataka Bank has reciprocated, gone above and beyond. It's certainly a two-way relationship as far as the outside world is concerned. So on the inside, tell me what Karnataka Bank is doing differently in terms of its small business, specifically curated solution suite.
Thank you very much for that question. All dignitaries present over here. I am Vinay Bhatt, representing Karnataka Bank. As far as our Dakshina Kannada is concerned, there are about 7 banks who were originated and were flourishing in this particular area. But today we have Karnataka Bank from Mangaluru, and then we have Canara Bank, which is now at Bangalore.
Right.
As far as the lending or supporting MSMEs are concerned, Karnataka Bank has been a partner for long, in the past also. Even though there has been support in terms of traditional methods during the earlier periods of its existence. Slowly and steadily what happened was that there has been more digital footprints which has been utilized by all the financial institutions across the country. Now, the innovations which are coming into by way of partnerships either through fintechs or by creating infrastructure within the banking organizations to create curated products for specific requirements of the MSMEs. In each one of these arena, what typically happens is that there is an agility which is coming up. There is a transformational force which is coming up. Fintechs are coming and joining hands with banking institutions like Karnataka Bank. Typically, the bank provides them the trust which has been there for years and years of existence, decades and decades of surveys. And the fintechs bring into the products as well as new lines of businesses. For Karnataka Bank, as you asked, so we had our transformation journey started in somewhere around about 2012. And in 2017, we had partners who had joined hands with us in creating 2 very, very interesting units for the bank. One is our Digital Center of Excellence. Today it is placed in Bangalore, and we also have another Analytical Center of Excellence, which is also being at the same housed at Bangalore. So about 100 odd technocrats who typically understand the banking business is working out from these locations. Now they create products. It's not that they are developing it by themselves, but they also do collaborations with fintech. I'll just give one single example.
Please, sir.
Yeah, one single example. We partnered with one of very, very strong organization or a strong fintech partner, which is Navi Technologies. And we created a product called Trizo. So it's very, today if you look at the payment solutions across India, we have one of the best solutions for transaction across all the developing nations. If you look at the UPI infrastructure, which today this country has, having an embedded credit over an UPI infrastructure. So what happens typically is that the UPI journeys, transactions will happen through the UPI network, but we will have an embedded credit over that UPI network. Transaction happens seamlessly and frictionless. At the same time, at the end or at the middle of those transactions, automatically credit is being embedded into it, and the individual or the organization or the MSME unit who is using that transaction platform automatically gets a choice of credit, be it a 45-day credit, be it a 90-day credit, or be it a long-term credit. So this is an innovation in itself. We are moving away from the traditional banking, underwriting using paper. Today we have digital footprints which we use for underwriting. Even if you look at the government policies which is there today, the usage of GST, the usage of ITR, the usage of transaction patterns, behavioral analytics, repayment patterns, each and every footprints which are today available in digital arena is being used by all the financial institutions to provide seamless, at the same time, safe credit to all the units bar individuals who are in requirement of that.
Well, Vinay, thank you for setting that context. And I've got a follow-up question for you, because as you enable the small business community to become more digitally empowered, right? Is becoming digitally empowered entirely positive, or is there a downside? How do you anticipate for challenges such as, for example, fraud prevention, right? The cultural resistance that comes with automated lending, correct? Not to mention repayment disciplines. These are all new age challenges that digital integration has brought to the forefront.
Of course. So, it's a dual-edged thing. Now, let us look it from the point of view of a institution, because Karnataka Bank has got 101 years of existence.
Right.
And basically what happens is that this bank might be looking into a traditional way of banking, and about 9,000 odd people who are employed in the institution, the middle level managers, will be more happy to see a paper on hand.
There is a legacy.
Of course. So what happens is that if I see something, I believe. So at a particular point of time, what happened was that we look for hard collaterals. And that is how the traditional banking worked all along. The moment we see a hard collateral, irrespective of the fact that that business will have a cash flow in the future, that business may be sustainable in the future, or even whether there is a repayment capacity which is actually coming out of that business, but because of the fact that there is a hard collateral, many times what happens is that traditional banks will go ahead with a lending opportunity.
Right.
But now on the other hand, when we look into a digital footprint, that is typically where we fund to a organization or an individual who had got a poor asset, or he may not be having an asset as a collateral. Here what typically looks into is that the digital footprint, how the transaction happens, whether there is a repayment which is properly happening, etc., is being looked into by the bank. So the assessment is objective. Right. Earlier it was subjective.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, given that in the small business community and otherwise, credit is largely driven by collateral. But now, looking at, transaction history or repayment behavior, algorithms are all of a sudden becoming the new age hard assets.
Perfect.
All right.
So
okay.
Here again, see
Yes.
what if you look into a particular transactional based credit which the banks are now going into,
right,
it becomes a little bit of dispassionate. Yes. See, the banks like Karnataka Bank has their life, their culture, the systems were basically on relationships. I see somebody, I speak to him, I create a relationship,
There's a
I
trust.
believe in him.
Right. There's a trust, there's a transparency.
Yeah, of course. It is in the harmony of trust, or even you can say that the whole thing is built up on trust. Now, when we move on to a digital era, because I onboard a customer, you take Trezor, I even have not met him. I don't know who he is. The only thing which I have is that he has did a transaction. His history is very much visible to me because each digital footprint he leave has got some information which is flowing to me, and on that basis, I assess his repayment capacity, I lend to him.
So business is personal, but it can take a different direction all of a sudden, a new age direction.
Yes.
So Vinay, a moment ago, you brought up fintechs, all right? And in theory, one would assume that when there's, a collaboration between a bank and a fintech, it's all of a sudden, credibility and agility. It's the perfect marriage. That's certainly one school of thought. Another school of thought is that fintechs and banks are fundamentally, at odds with one another. They perhaps cannot exactly peacefully coexist. That's all a myth. Can you shed more light on your personal stance?
See, I will always say, because there are many fintech collaborations we had, today also we have a lot of fintech collaborations.
No?
Fintechs brings in the agility, product viability, they bring in fast nature. Bank lends them credibility, bank lends them regulatory prudence, bank lends them risk governance. Fintechs gives bank wings, bank gives fintechs roots.
Lovely.
So if there is a coexistence which is happening today between fintechs and banks, that is typically for delivering new modern products to the customers. At the same time, the harmony or the trust which is being lent by the bank, that helps the customers or that helps the MSME units to be sure about what is being delivered. Another very important thing is that there is a cultural mindset shift. So when we had our 100th year celebration in the same hall,
Yes.
about a year back,
I see.
what we thought or what we told to the public was that Karnataka Bank, a bank which is having 100 years of history and trust, on the 100th year, it is a new startup.
Phenomenal.
So at the end of the day, it is not the digital which we need to look at. It is the shift of mindset. There may be many products which is coming into the arena. There may be a lot of ways in which, as you rightly told, funds can flow to an MSME. But at the precise way in which is that these funds which flow through the digital systems are very volatile. So as you rightly said, when we speak about digital existence, partnerships, and usage of digital footprints, it is equally responsible for the organization like Karnataka Bank, which holds the trust of the public for after decades of existence, is to deliver it in a safe and prudent way.
Phenomenal. And Vinay, when it comes to the urban-rural divide in this country, I believe that also includes digitization, all right? And we're in Mangaluru. Mangaluru is, of course, known for its coastal legacy, right? It's known for its proximity to the port, but it doesn't come within the country's major metros, so to speak, which makes for a particularly relevant and useful case study here. When you look at the stakeholders in the lending equation, right? And, you're increasingly sort of looking at parameters such as new models of assessing risk, correct? New models of arriving at payment plans of sort of the credibility of the person that's taking the loan. Do you meet a lot of cultural resistance in that equation? And if so, how do you counter that?
See, Mangalore, as you rightly said, has got all the means of transportation.
It does.
You do have a very solid port, you do have air, and you have the onshore benefits here. And there are many stakeholders. So typically you look in such areas, you see that the export-oriented units or export-oriented businesses usually flourish. That is how it is being seen across in the country. As far as Mangalore is concerned, even though we have many infrastructures in place, but the connectivity in terms of digital footprints across the ports, across the other areas or countries is yet to get fully established.
Sure.
So now it is a responsibility of all the financial sector units which are working here or the institutions which are working here. At the same time, it is also a very important responsibility, as the last panelists were mentioning, bringing in more people to Mangalore, bringing in more brains to Mangalore, and develop this particular area, because for a long time this coastal city has been continuously flourishing. There has been a lot of developments which has taken place here, but again, to have it a business friendly place, to have it a suitable connectivity, as you rightly said, across the country, there are many things which we need to do, not just digital, but also on the other areas of creating more infrastructures here. As far as financial institutions are concerned, I'm very sure that not just Karnataka Bank, all the financial institutions which are working here, if you name a bank in the country, that bank is having a branch in Dakshina Kannada. And all those branches, I'm very sure, they have got sufficient manpower who can very well guide any export-oriented unit to get the funding and also to get all other support which is necessary as on today's date.
Well, sir, our audience here is certainly going to hold you to that. So we'll have you live up to that, sir. And building on some of your observations and building on some of what we just heard. All right. If you're looking, and Mangalore very much has its own identity in Karnataka, well outside the shadows of Bangalore, correct? And it's only going from strength to strength. But that said, what more would you like to see by way of government support? What more would you like to see by way of new age banking culture and perhaps entrepreneurial education for that vision that you've just described to become a reality?
Of course. So there are 2 or 3 things. If you look at the 24-25 budget itself, the government has already come out with a digital assessment methodology for the MSMEs.
Right.
So there the trinity which work is on GST, then transaction, everything can be taken, and a surrogate method of assessment is already there in place. Now number 2, very recently, 2 days back, there was one meeting with the RBI top management with the private sector and public sector banks, where the importance of ULI. See, today, the whole development which we see, leapfrog, which we see is mainly because of the influence of UPI.
Right.
Correct. So the UPI is a platform where instant credit is being given. The government is coming out with a clearing which can be done on the same day, within 3 hours. All these things are happening, but these are coming out because of the success which is seen for the UPI. Now, if a similar platform is being brought in India, which can support the lending across all the banks and ecosystem, that is a great idea.
Sure.
So the government and RBI has come out through RBI Edge, which is an arm of RBI who does incubation of the new things, new digital things. Today they have already come out with unified lending interface. Now the unified lending interface already have land records, your PI data if it is to be authenticated. It also has Vahan, vehicle records. Today if you do an hypothecation, we have to run to the dealer to get it hypothecated.
Right.
Tomorrow, in the bank itself, the moment that transaction happens, one API goes to the registry and your vehicle gets hypothecated. Tomorrow you close the loan, again another API goes to the registry, your hypothecation is getting revoked. So, as on today's date, I can assure you that the present government and also the RBI along with them, and also in the future, whichever government is going to come, the position of India as a digitally developed nation or a digitally developing nation, a nation which is on forefront for supporting businesses either through UPI or through ULI or through any other measures which is going to come, I am absolutely sure that the coming days are going to be bright for all the businesses who are operating not just in Dakshina Kannada, but in this country.
I think that deserves a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Very heartening to hear that. And if we go back to the small business community for a moment, Vinaya, I mean, they've had a bit of a rough road. I think first came GST, demonetization, the COVID crisis, the economic downturn that followed, and most recently, if you look at all the geopolitical volatility that surrounds us, it is an unprecedented time in human history. So we know what Karnataka Bank is doing differently. But if we look at our counterparts abroad, globally, what are lessons that the bank can take from them to better enable Indian small businesses to compete on that global stage, sir?
See, what happens typically is that, as far as you told, the environment is volatile today.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have gone through, you told GST, there is a demonetization, and then COVID. COVID may be on a separate footage, but GST and demonetization, there are different opinions. But GST in itself has created a clear digital footprint, and there is no doubt in that. Today, because the digitalization is happening, because of a certain amount that GST is in place. If you look at the external world, so in many of those countries, the similar volatilities in terms of COVID might have come, but the developmental activities in case of digital, either it is already happened or it is just happening now. There are many banks across the world who are typically providing these sort of assistances to the MSMEs in their countries by many other factors like supply finance, or there is an export finance which is happening, or many other ways it is vendor finance is happening, many other ways. I don't believe that as far as India is concerned, there is anything which today we are lacking in terms of providing funds. There may be lacking in process and procedures. Absolutely, there may be sometimes many people used to say that I'm not getting a funding at the right time, or I'm not getting the fund which I actually want to have.
Or it's not a frictionless experience, and it should be a frictionless experience.
It should be a frictionless experience, and many times what happens is that some or the other, the points which have, or the regulations which have, or the procedures which have, may be a deterrent. That I do agree. But at the same time, each of the financial institution in India is very much competitive today. They have the products which is required for any business in India to compete in any of the world. There is no doubt in that. Those all products, as well as the whatever the wherewithal is there in the Indian banking system. And the regulator of India is one of the best in the world. We have, for example, you take today, you see, we speak about finance.
Sure.
But there is another menace which, together with the banking industry, the government and the RBI is trying to control today, is on mules. It is an area where, see, on a liability side also, there is a threat coming up.
Right.
So, there are multiple things which come up in a financial arena. It is on asset side, on liability side, it will be always there. And creating an environment within the country which is suitable for this country to adapt and adopt, and to march ahead with a proper finance system in place. That is more important, rather than we try to import something which is happening outside. That's what my take on that.
Sure. So adapt and adopt, both in the same breath, so that the solution remains extremely relevant to the community you're trying to cater to.
Sure.
Correct? And so if we were to perhaps fast forward 5 years from now, you just mentioned that Karnataka Bank has enjoyed a 100-year legacy, but now we consider ourselves to be a startup in our infancy. All right? So how long will this next period of growth last for the bank, and essentially what's the legacy you'd ultimately like for Karnataka Bank to leave behind?
See, this bank was actually born in this place about 101 years back by 9 gentlemen who came up to support small businesses, education, and farmers.
Entrepreneurs in this very room.
Of course.
Right.
So this is how this organization was born. And we have seen a lot of leaders after it has been born, all these 101 years, who lived up to that ethics and ethos. And that is today made this organization, Karnataka Bank, having a head office in Dakshina Kannada and operating in almost all states in this country. As you rightly said, startup is a mindset. You cannot be static always. Because the industry is moving ahead, economy is moving ahead, there is a competitiveness which we need to put into the systems. So that mindset will come when we are very clear about what should be our approach for the future. Our approach today is 100% to go establish a digital organization, have collaborations with fintechs, have agile developments within the organization, create product prototypes. At the same time, we will not lose our culture, we will not lose our trust, we will not going to put jeopardy into the depositors' trust which we have today in ourselves. We will be agile, but at the same time, we will be sure to make that our systems are risk aware. We cannot be risk averse. We need to be risk aware, create proper mitigations, continue our journey to the next 100 years and hand it over to the coming generations, again to serve the entrepreneurs who are here, their next generations.
Wonderful. Wonderful. And sir, a last and final question for you, for entrepreneurs in this very room that you've just referenced, all right, who are perhaps, struggling in the sense that limited access to credit and finance are perennial problems that plague MSMEs. They're looking to take that first step and possibly build an association with the Karnataka Bank. How might you guide them in that direction?
Of course, see, one thing is very, very clear nowadays, because every bank is now moving away from an asset-backed finance, which was there earlier, to a transaction-based finance or a finance which is based on the prudence in operations. That is very clear. So the very important fact today is that as every transaction or every deed which is being done leaves a digital footprint today, it is very important that we need to have a prudence in our transactions, in our methods of functioning. I am very sure, because many of the entrepreneurs who are here is already associated with Karnataka Bank, and I know them personally also. What I again, in all the forums which prior also, now also and future also, which we will be guiding, is that as an organization, as a bank, Karnataka Bank is always there. We have got all the products and we will be supporting all the entrepreneurs. Please make sure that we are conducting our business with a proper prudence, and at the same time be aware about the risk which is coming into the organizations. End of the day, the bank is a repository of confidence. Depositors are giving money to me to make sure that whatever I'm utilizing that is taking into consideration of their security. So I am a custodian of trust. I have to be a custodian of trust.
What a wonderful and incredibly moving note on which to conclude the conversation. Thank you so much. Huge round of applause, please, for Vinaya.
Thank you.
Sir, I'd love to present you with a token of appreciation personally, my way of saying thank you for being here at the ET Now.in Business Conclave Awards 2025. All right, can we kindly have a token of appreciation? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, I would like to thank our partners once more. Clearly, it's an exciting evening, and it wouldn't have been possible without their support. So our partners in the ET Now.in Business Conclave Awards 2025 Mangaluru Edition include our presenting partner, Rohan Corporation, who are powered by Intel. Our knowledge partner is Nitte University. Our wealth management partner, as you know, Yes Securities. Banking partner, Karnataka Bank, who we just heard from. Our tech partner, AWS. Our healthcare partner is AJ Hospital. Our luxury car partner is Sundaram Motors. Our data cloud partner, Snowflake. Sustainability partner, Hero Cycles. And our business solution partner, Zoho. EV partners, Ampere. Online realty consultant partner, Roof and Floor. And our NGO partner, World Vision India. But I especially would like to thank all of you for being here. And with that, we're going to switch gears for a moment. And we're going to take a focus on one of the most transformative sectors of our times. And that's healthcare. It's deeply relevant to all of us. So this next session is presented in partnership with our healthcare partner, who, as I just mentioned, was AJ Hospital. And the theme is, ladies and gentlemen, Health Tech Horizons, or essentially shaping tomorrow's care. So from telemedicine to artificial intelligence-powered diagnostics and cloud-based health infrastructure, technology is very much revolutionizing how healthcare is delivered. We all know that. You know, it's making it more efficient, it's making it more inclusive, more patient-centric. But the subject deserves a bit more of a deep dive. So to set the context for this session, we're going to begin with a very specially curated spotlight address. I ask that you please join me in welcoming Mr. Pradeep Jhunjhunwala, Head of Partner and Customer Success at AWS, to share his perspective on the future of healthcare innovation. Huge round of applause, please, for Mr. Jhunjhunwala.
Thank you. Thank you for all the panelists, especially the panelists before me. When I was thinking about how to make this 15 minutes useful for you, I was wanting to demystify technology for the business. But what I understand is technology is running with the business. When they're talking about AI data centers or how Karnataka Bank is actually transforming using technology. I represent AWS, Amazon Web Service. For people who don't know, we are the largest cloud and the AI company in India and in the globally. We're part of Amazon, the large e-commerce company. So, can we have the slides, please? Yeah. So, health tech at AWS. Before we go to health tech, one of the most important goal of Amazon or AWS is to really help every business and every citizen in the world. And that goal carries in India. So, if you want to really look at what we have done, if you look at DigiYatra, it's something which we host, and everybody uses it. That's the way we transform life of every people, and I can go about other things. Especially in health tech, we started with COVID. We built COVID in a couple of weeks. We make it go live, scale for India in a couple of weeks. That was the starting journey of health in India. After that, we were able to do a lot of other stuff. Whether we have to modernize all the hospitals, application HMS, or working with state health organization to modernize their health infrastructure, or working with Government of India, NHA, to make sure the ABDM and the new PMJ platform really runs smoothly and cater to the largest health insurance platform in the world. Or if you look at a lot of genomics work, what we are doing across industry. So we have done a lot of work in healthcare. Apart from that, we also brought in products which are very, very unique for healthcare. Whether the health tech solution, what we bring in, really transform the way healthcare data is stored today for the healthcare. When you're talking about longitudinal health record, this provides the platform which can really change the world. We do it. But that's past, correct? That's happening for the last couple of years. And we've been doing it for a couple of years with a lot of customers, a lot of hospitals, healthcare providers, and stuff like that. But if you're talking about tech, and we're talking about tech, what is going to change the way things happening, we have to talk about one thing, which is generative AI. Correct? How generative AI really, really going to change the way healthcare is going to be looked in India, or how generative AI is going to transform the health sector overall. Now, when you look at generative AI, I just want to give you a bit of a background of the technology, what we're looking at, how this is going to change, correct? So, I know this is a busy slide. We're talking about a lot of technology, but to simplify it for you, the bottom layer is the data center which people are talking about. You see chips and other infrastructure, compute. This is the place where the whole thing runs. And we all want to build data centers in Mangalore. This is what we have been doing. We're building data centers across the world. We also build our own GPU chips which are going to run. The other thing which people really understand about Gen AI is the foundational model. Or to simplify it, I can call out ChatGPT, correct? The whole OpenAI models which people use. They are partner to us, we support that also. The newest term in the Gen AI is the agentic AI that people are talking about, that how this is really going to transform. So let me take a step back and tell you why this is so important. When you look at Gen AI, it can do two things. It can converse, and it has knowledge to do stuff, knowledge which can be utilized. But it never power to execute something. With agentic AI, this changes the game. Now, this has power to execute something for you. So to give you an example or simplify the whole agentic AI stuff, think of agentic AI or agent in Gen AI as a SME in your organization, which has the insane amount of IQ. Some SME who has all the knowledge about your organization, an insane amount of IQ, and you can give it work to go and do a job for you. That's where the agentic AI is going to change stuff for you. Whether it can be personal assistant or whether it can be a sales guy doing a sales call for you. And that's where it comes up. With AWS, we provide an entire stack from the data center to the agentic AI framework or to the application what we do it. Especially coming to the healthcare sector, correct? Which is where we are focused and we are talking about it. How we are working with different hospitals or different providers to solve the problem. So this is a glimpse of some of the solutions what we are deploying today with the hospitals. So one of the examples what we talk about is simple. The first thing is e-prescription generation. Or to give you an example, think of a scenario where a doctor goes around for his routine rounds. Today, he spends 15 minutes per patient to write that e-prescription. And that's a lot of waste because the study what we did, 50% time the doctor spends on just writing. We have worked with a hospital in India, one of the largest hospitals in India, where what happens is, as the doctor speaks to the patient and the nurse, it records it, automates that, and creates an e-prescription. So a doctor which can spend, which used to visit 4 patients in an hour, now able to visit 6 to 7 patients. That's the advantage what we are able to bring in. The efficiency what we were building. A country which is short of doctors, we are able to help doctors achieve and see more patients. One of the other use cases what we are working with, again, a hospital is how can we generate discharge summary and why this is important. From the hospital business point of view, the patient care point of view, or even the revenue point of view. So think of a simple scenario. Generally, a discharge summary takes 4 hours to 15 hours in a hospital. And when a doctor says you're discharged, the hospital can really not charge for this extra amount of hours which is taken by the hospital, correct? And generally, it requires 5 different departments or 7 different departments to be coordinated. What we build with a hospital in India is a multi-agent solution which can do this in 30 minutes. So remember the agent story which I said? That agent is the SME which can do the job. So here, agent can go and talk to the pharmacy. Agent can go and talk to a lab system or other thing and build the whole summary for you and solve that platform. That's what the whole discharge summary can do. We are working with the Government of India to build a longitudinal record for a patient. With especially coming of ABHA, we are able to give you the complete history. And with that history, the AI can detect and tell you what is the future problems you can have. Those are the type of things we are able to solve using AI. And that's where the power of technology comes in. But this sounds very fancy, correct? But how we deliver that, how we do that, is something very, very important. How AWS can help. And this is what we do with every customer of ours. Because if you look at this whole thing, it is a journey where we work with you to form something called a center of excellence. We build with that with you, because the problem what your organization is trying to solve is very different with the problems which other organizations are trying to solve. So we work with every organization to build that COE and create that offering which is required for your organization at AWS. We build those prototypes, we take them to production and solve your problem. In a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is, we at AWS work with every healthcare, with hospitals, to solve their unique problems. We bring in technologies like GenAI, all the other technologies which is required to really solve for India. It's very easy to say that whatever is getting solved in the Western world can be replicated in India. It's actually not, because the way our system works is much different. The way our demographic is very different. So we have to build for India to solve for India. That's what we are doing with AWS. So that's what we are doing in healthcare in India in a very quick manner. So that's what AWS is doing. So we're trying to solve problem not for only enterprises. We're trying to solve for MSME. We're trying to solve for every citizen of India. So if you look at the type of work we are doing for DG Yatra or the largest insurance system, Pradhan Mantri, PMJ or NHA, we are able to solve using our platform. So that's what we are doing. Thank you very much for listening to us.
And thank you, Mr. Jhunjhunwala, for that insightful address and for highlighting how cloud technology and innovation are truly transforming healthcare systems across India and beyond. So now, to continue the conversation, we move into our panel discussion on health tech horizons, shaping tomorrow's care. And this discussion will once again be moderated by my colleague and senior news editor at the Times Network, Sumit Lakhutia. Can we have a round of applause for him, please? And this next panel will, of course, jointly explore how collaboration between healthcare providers, technology platforms, and public health systems is enabling accessible, affordable, and data-driven healthcare for all. So joining him on stage are our distinguished panelists, who include Dr. Prashant Marla K, Medical Director, AJ Hospital and Research Center. Welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to have you amongst us. Kindly do join us on stage. Thank you. And Mr. Mainak Chakrabarti, Senior Solutions Architect Healthcare with AWS India. Welcome, sir. It's a pleasure. And Dr. H.R. Timaya, District Health and Family Welfare Officer, Dakshina Kannada, Mangaluru. Ladies and gentlemen, our Power Pack panel is amongst us. And with that, I'll hand it over to you. Sumit, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pooja, for that. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking out time for this very important panel. And the context has been beautifully set both by Pooja and Mr. Jhunjhunwala also earlier. Because health and health tech, because let's be honest, today everything is attached to tech. Whether it was my earlier sessions of real estate innovation, Pooja's earlier session with Karnataka Bank and the other sessions, everywhere tech is playing an important role. So first, I just want to start with Dr. Prashant, sir. So because med tech, you can call it, or you call it health tech, whichever way works. But just your thoughts now, what is some of maybe the largest or maybe one or two of the most impactful health tech upgrades that you've seen hospitals implement in the medical space that you can see that are helping somewhere cut the patient turnaround time, or help improve efficiency, or help ease the lives of those patients or their families? Wanting your thoughts on that first.
Thank you. Health tech has a different arms actually. One is in terms of the patient care. That's in terms of the equipments and then of course the operation of the hospitals. Now in terms of the patient care, a lot of technology advances have been happened. We have the robots, surgical robots, which are assisting us in terms of surgeries, giving us a better results for our surgeries. At the same time, when we are looking at the operations in the hospital, there are a lot of tech which has come. Most of the hospitals right now has incorporated HMIS into their systems. As our previous speaker already spoke and enumerated the different possibilities and the tech inside the hospital. So we are all adapted those techs inside the hospital. So the patient care has improved. Now coming to some of the techs, AI which helped us. So the pandemic helped us to develop some of the AI tools because during the pandemic we were not going close to the patients. We have developed something called a patient monitoring systems where the patient lies down on the bed and every parameter of the patient has been monitored, and it is AI generates and it gives any alarming changes in those parameters triggers and what we call a code blue in the hospital when the patient goes in for a cardiac arrest. Before that, the predictions are happening and the most of the lives have been saved. So this is one of the AI tools which most of the hospitals have adopted. So as I told earlier about the technology in terms of surgical field, robots are the most modern technologies which we have. So that those robots also have adopted AI technologies to go close to the tissues and what to cut, what not to cut, and what are the peers have been doing and what are the nuances, what they have to learn from their peers. All those things have been taught in terms of the health tech. This is the new things which are happening right now.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir, for setting that context. And of course, as we go along the panel, we'll be getting all the other panelists to get their thoughts also on this. Menak, the first question to you is just, taking ahead what Dr. Prashant also said. How are you, from the AWS perspective that you're coming in from, where do you see AI playing a transformative role in the whole health tech space in India?
Perfect. I think that's a very pertinent question. And there are certain pockets where I see AI doing remarkable transformation in the space of healthcare. First and foremost is around patient satisfaction and how patients have been able to communicate with AI systems. That could be for doing simple things around booking, generating their appointments, or understanding their lab reports or predictive checkup reports, right? That's one area where patients have been engaging more and more with AI. On the clinical side, we have seen hospitals build clinician chatbots and assistants, which can help clinicians figure out in a particular scenario what kind of a treatment might be suitable for that particular patient. And those could actually be not just taking clinical data, but let's say data from imaging, lab reports, and then merging all of that data together with predictive analysis to understand what could be a possible scenario in this patient's journey, and then basically fine-tuning the treatment to that particular patient, right? And that's what we call as making healthcare more patient-centric in the sense and not generic, right? The third area where I see a lot of movement right now is on prediction. Prediction around sepsis, prediction around lung cancer, prediction in cases of oncology with different disease modalities. Those are the areas that are really shaping up, and health techs are basically working in some of these areas. We have seen an Indian unicorn, Cure.ai, basically revolutionizing this space in the radiology space, and they have taken, in the truest terms, technology outside of India to the world. They are now getting implemented in NHS in the UK and Americas as well. Similarly, there is startups and health techs like Dozy, which are doing remarkable work in patient home care, right? Like Sir was mentioning around patient monitoring systems. So Dozy basically makes a small and simple bed, upgrades it to like an ICU bed, right? By taking vital parameters and notifying the hospital back saying that the patient's parameters are critical right now and can you support the patient as a medical emergency, right? So those kind of things is something which I'm seeing from an AI space, and in its truest form, AI would do remarkable changes, not just in healthcare, but in life sciences. So drug discovery is another area where numerous new proteins have, and you would be aware of the Nobel Prize in Medicine that happened last year, where protein analysis, which Google DeepMind came up with, was awarded with a Nobel Prize, right? So again, discovery of medicine, which used to take about 10 years with long research and almost $10 billion to discover one new medicine, that time frame will get shortened with AI more and more, and we'll be able to kind of find answers to those medical problems we haven't been able to solve for up till now.
Fantastic, because you know, for a layman audience, when we talk AI, it's just nowadays about ChatGPT or Perplexity or things like that. But it's great to see these both the opening comments to explain how AI is making an impact in health tech. I'd now like to bring in Dr. Themaiya sir in this conversation because, sir, from your perspective, on the district health level, what is the tech intervention that you've seen in the past 1 year where you've seen that, you know, it's improved the service delivery and you know, what kind of, how have you been able to, if you can guide us and tell us what has been the improvement that you have seen?
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕನ್ನಡ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು. ಇನ್ನು 2 ದಿವಸಕ್ಕೆ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಹಾಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ತಮಗೂ ಕೂಡ. You are talking about the technology in health department. So as far as health department in government of Karnataka is concerned, this goes back to almost 15 years back, as far as technology involvement is concerned in the department. So we have 25 portals regarding updation on real-time basis, especially all the programs. We have almost 70 national programs being implemented in the whole of the country. So we have communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases portals, mainly the reproductive and child health component is the most important component of the department, taking care of the mother and child health. So we have HMIS portal, that is Health Management Information Portal. We have RCH portal, Reproductive and Child Health portal. In that, if a mother, after getting married, so she is called EC, eligible, they are called eligible couple. From that point of time, they will be registered in the RCH portal. They will be given a unique identity number. So then, if she becomes pregnant, one more ID is created, RCH ID we call it as. So till the baby is delivered and till the baby is get 16 years of age, the baby is tracked till the age of 16 years as far as the immunization is concerned. From the day baby is born, child ID is created. Every service delivery is given through RCH ID. It is a so fantastic portal wherein even the mother gets a SMS alert, even the health worker, the ANM what we call, or the medical officer or the ASHA worker will get the SMS. So timeline will be fixed for the ANC checkup. Usually she has to go through 4 ANC checkups. Every point is meticulously planned. It is a fantastic portal. We plan up to the age of 16 years. It's a fantastic portal. Likewise, we have 25 portals, NCD portal. For immunization, we have UWIN portal, wherein every detail of the immunization, whatever given, are being entered in the UWIN portal. So NCD portal, so nowadays almost 30 to 40% of the general public are suffering from the non-communicable diseases like diabetes, hypertension, the cancers, and non-alcoholic hepatitis. Likewise, so people are dying more due to non-communicable diseases rather than the communicable diseases nowadays. So we have portal to that also. So to such an extent that every information is being tracked through portal only now. So Honorable CM is viewing the health data in his dashboard. We have RCH portal, we have IHIP portal, Integrated Information Health Platform. So everything is digitalized nowadays. So ABDM is being implemented through Government of India. So everything is digitalized only now.
No, that's great, sir, because that is so important, because this data is what is, this numbers is what is, can tell the government how the policy needs to be changed, and of course provides officials like you with a view. You can see what's happening, how it's helping people, and also of course helping the public also. So it's great that this information is being collected and is easily accessible also for people.
Yes.
Dr. Prashant, I want to talk to you about another topic, which is on health tourism, medical tourism. Where I come from, I know in Mumbai it is a very strong trend. I've seen hospitals and doctors and people from different countries coming to Mumbai for treatment, for their medical treatment. Your view on how Mangalore can also become a hub for health tourism, for medical tourism, with the help of technology. Your thoughts on that, sir?
Indian doctors and Indian healthcare workers are in demand everywhere in the world. And everyone believes an Indian surgeon or Indian physician for their treatment. Traditionally, people come to India, I think from the Middle East and some of the parts of the Eastern Africa, they come to India for their treatment. Now, the concentration is mainly on the known cities like Mumbai or Delhi or Chennai or Bangalore. We in Mangalore have best of the best hospitals, healthcare institutions which produces so many doctors, and whatever is available in the rest of the world are made available in our city as well. But it has not been, utilized well. Health tourism, if it has to improve, it has to improve along with the tourism development in that region as well. Only health tourism cannot improve. There is a lot of potential. People are asking, when we are sitting between the two hot destinations, that is Kerala as well as Goa, where we share the same topographies and the culture, but the Karavali, that's what the Dakshina Kannada, is not progressed in terms of the tourism. So good potential is there. Unfortunately, the gateway to health tourism is through the airport. We don't have a proper international airport in Mangalore. The first thing we should have is a good airport, the international airport, where the international carriers can land. Then people starts coming. We have been doing exercises elsewhere in the world, taking our Mangalore outside and showcasing ourselves in terms of the health education as well as the hospitals. But we are not that fruitful. So maybe in future, when our MP is also more pro for that and the rest of the people support, one day I think we can become a healthcare hub of Karnataka.
I'm very sure, sir, that very soon, because looking at how Mangaluru is developing, the IT space is developing, education hub, healthcare hub, I'm sure that this airport will soon become an international airport and open the gateway for international investments, also helping the local industries grow. Menak, human beings as evolutionary animals, so to say, that we are tuned to always focus more on the negative, less on the positive. So on one side, when we talk about technology and efficiencies, helping things, saving time, etc., unfortunately there is always the worst case scenario, or if anything goes wrong, that becomes the highlight. From AWS's point of view in this health tech space, what aspect of Indian, the patient privacy regulation, because that is key. If my data, my medical data is going on the cloud, it's going somewhere, it should be protected. It has to be regulated. That regulation, what do you think is most out of step with the rapid digital health innovation that is happening? What can be done to protect that data, that privacy of a patient?
Yeah, it's a very good question, right? Important thing to understand here is that patient data, unlike your banking data, can actually not just trace you, but also trace your generations together, right? So it's basically, let's say, for example, we have your genomics data. I can not just trace you, I can basically trace your entire generations together. And again, some of this data does not change with time, right? So, for example, there was an eminent panelist before that who was talking about credit history. You can change your credit history, but you actually cannot change your genomic data, right? So this is important, and for this particular purpose, government has time and again given regulations in this aspect. There has been NDHM, which was mandated to look into these aspects, plus there is the new DPDP Act, which regulates how patient consent is provided and kept and stored. And of course, with the UPI, similar to UPI, we'll have UHI, which is Unified Health Interface in ABDM, of course, where patient data can actually be transferred only basis consent of the patient, right? And for that to happen, we will come up with health exchanges. There are currently in India, there are 2 health exchanges running, one by the government, another as a private institution, where let's say TPAs or medical insurers can actually ask for those data to process those claims, but only if you provide your consent. Similar to today that you transfer money based on a PIN, you will have a similar UHI PIN to transfer a medical record. Now, operationally, if you see, to do all of this involves humongous cost. And where AWS comes in is that we provide technology to make this patient data completely anonymous. So wherever there is a PHI data involved, which is identifiable to a particular person, we have tools and services which can actually remove that the patient information, whether that be UHID, that Aadhaar, or your personal name. It can all be changed into some hash codes so that nobody can trace that data back to you. And of course, if you look at the India AI mission, government has basically provided health data sets which have removed patient information, but then medical information is there, and health techs and medical technology companies can now access those data sets to create their models and AI engines.
Great. So that is, it's important that you mentioned all this because, like you also said, you know, the privacy of someone's health data is paramount. That cannot be compromised anywhere. Dr. Thimaiya, sir, you know, when we again talk from a government point of view, for the government healthcare, what digital adoption story can you tell us that most exceeded expectations, that was a big success versus something that disappointed, that didn't go as you had planned, and what were some learnings from that?
I'm very happy to say this because of what I told RCH portal. It was first named as MCTS, Mother and Child Tracking System. It was awarded in WHO, got award in probably 2011 or 12 for the best mother and child tracking system. So it was recognized by the WHO. So it was a huge success in the country. So likewise, still it is going very strongly. We have one e-health and e-hospital program, digital program, yet to take up. So the government is working on it.
Right. Great. That's very important, and thank you for sharing that with us. Dr. Prashant, sir, you know, one concern, I'll be a little bit of a devil's advocate with you. If you look at the other side of the coin, sometimes there are regulatory bottlenecks. What do you think is the one regulatory bottleneck that most restricts the ability to deploy these, you know, cutting-edge digital tools? What can be done? What is the kind of a policy change that you feel would really, you know, turn the switch, turn the tide, to make it becoming, help the healthcare space just really boom?
To start a healthcare institution, I'm sure DHO is going to agree with me, there are about 100 and odd permissions which we need to take. there is no single window system where we can go and get those things. Everyone has got, it is linked to one another. If you get this, you get the fire license, then only you give that. You get the other license, then you get that. So to go from pillar to post, it is very difficult. So it is, sometimes it has been a thankless job for the people who are investing in the healthcare system. Looking at the other way around, we have to cater to the people who say that, healthcare has to be an affordable thing. When, at the same breath, they also say that we want the best of the best technologies, which is available in the Western world. And when we get all these gadgets from outside, paying so much of a tax and giving it to the people here, it is definitely can't be done at the cheaper cost. So for a quality, there has to be a cost, which is in all. But when we look into the running of the institutions, everyone's saying people, if you're staying in a high-level room also, they expect a discount at the end of the treatment. And at the same time, the government has got a lot of schemes, even our Prime Minister's scheme, where they are not looked into the scientific rating for a procedure. They have just given one figure. They said, you do the treatment in that figure. It is impossible for the healthcare institutions to manage in those rates. And our plea to revise those rates have been given deaf ears. There is a rate by the central government called CGHS rates, which is the mother of all rates. Those rates are the Stone Age rates, which everyone adopts those rates, and it is impossible. Now, somehow the healthcare industries are working because the insurance sector is there. Then people who are paying out of the pocket expense, like cash expenses. That's how the healthcare industry is running. Now, looking at these government schemes, even the insurance sector are trying to pull us down. They're telling, when you're doing it for those people, the below poverty line people at that cost, why can't you give the services at the same cost to others? So it has been a very difficult situation for us. One side to balance between all the government regulations and the cost of the capital investment and operational costs. Though our top end and the bottom line, it is all nearly coming very close.
Absolutely. Mainak, I just want to take one point ahead with you of what your earlier answer was. And you were speaking about, because healthcare data is genetic data. That's why credit history can be changed, but genetic history can't be changed. How are you seeing with these new age technologies, AI, genomics, all of these coming into the mainstream, but what is the biggest capability gap that you're seeing in hospital IT teams, and how can AWS help bridge that gap?
So importantly, over the years, hospital IT teams have basically looked at hospital applications in general, and those could be HMI systems, which are like hospital information management systems, which tracks about patient booking, appointments, and the whole longitudinal journey. They also look at electronic medical records, or let's say PACS systems, which are the radiology systems, and LIMS, which are the laboratory information management systems. So these are typical hospital applications that IT teams have been looking at up till now. And they have become really well and looking at structured data and unstructured data in this sense. But what happens when you bring in genomics and when you bring in, let's say, some of these cryo-EM concepts or AI in medical field, the entire domain changes from system administration and application administration to now data handling, data engineering. How do you create knowledge bases, right? So important aspects is that there is gaps, of course there are gaps in terms of skills and competency, and that is where AWS have launched training and certification programs in healthcare specifically to bridge that gap, where now more and more hospital IT teams are now made aware of certain terminologies and skills that they can now use, and those could be simple things as around prompt engineering. How do you ask relevant and important questions to AI systems in a way that they understand better and give you more accurate answers? So those things are something which we are doing from a community building standpoint. Plus, not just that, there are other replicable solutions that are happening across the globe. For example, specifically in tier 2 cities, there could be community healthcare which could be developed and made available, which can then look out in cases of disease outbreaks much before that then actually happen, and those signals can then be communicated in hospital IT teams and hospital systems. Basically, so as I was saying, there are portals where these insights are captured regular basis, right? So how do you extract insights out of that before something of a bigger pandemic happens, right? So these are the areas where I think most of the hospital IT teams will now graduate into and start looking at these systems in a different way.
Okay, great. Thank you for sharing that. Dr. Thimaiya sir, we have one last question for you. We're running out of time, but one last question. Today, we talk a lot about upskilling in all sectors. So in your opinion, what are the most urgent upskilling needs among public health personnel to keep pace, with this rising digitalization, the change that is happening, especially more importantly in the rural or semi-urban areas? What is your view on that, sir?
We have around 64 primary health centers in Dakshina Kannada. We have 12 urban primary health centers, 26 Namma clinics. It is called Mohalla clinics in Delhi for the urban population, catering to 20 to 30,000 population. We have around 444 sub-centers. Now they are called Ayushman Arogya Kendras. So everywhere mobile applications will be there. Every applications will be used by our health workers. Basically, Ayushman Arogya Kendra, we have one ANM, one community health officer. So they will have 5 to 6 ASHA workers. One PSC catering roughly around 20,000 in the rural areas. So digital, even in every PSC has minimum 2 to 3 desktops with connectivity, with either BSNL or dongle, private dongles. So it will be paid by the government itself. So every connectivity is there. If I ask one information from my periphery, within a minute I'll get the report. So well we are connected. All around the district. So we have one Taluk health unit, that is block public health unit. It is called, one headed by the block medical officer. We call it as Taluk health officer. He will be looking after all the programs, implementation or health related issues, public grievances. Everything will be he will be handling. Even through, we utilize the connectivity or IT, like we conduct meetings in the Zoom itself, Zoom or whatever the virtual mode is available. So basically, after the pandemic, everything is digitalized now. Everything is digitalized.
That is most important, sir, because again, that is where we are able to, even the public health professionals there are able to kind of help individuals solve the concerns and help, improve everyone's health. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time that we have for today. A huge round of applause for my panelists. Thank you so much, sirs, for being a part of this, for sharing such great insights on this very important topic of healthcare. Thank you so much, sirs. Thank you.
All right. Thank you once again. And Sumit, I ask that you please felicitate each of our panelists with a token of our appreciation after we capture the moment via a photo op. And yes, we have to thank all of our panelists for that very enriching discussion on the convergence of healthcare and technology, and for showing us how innovation can truly drive impact in patient care, community, and well-being. So with that, a token of our appreciation from the ETNow.in team. And if I could please also welcome Pradeep Chunjunwala back on stage to also be a part of this felicitation. Sir, we'd like to take the opportunity to present you with a token of our appreciation as well. And thank you, Sumit, for doing the honors. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for adding that depth and breadth to the conversation. So as we continue to celebrate India's entrepreneurial spirit, our next panel discussion brings together tradition, innovation, and the evolving art of doing business. So presented in partnership with our wealth management partner, Yes Securities, this next session is very aptly titled Tradition and Tradecraft in Indian Business. And the conversation will explore how India's deep-rooted business ethics and family legacies are essentially now seamlessly blending with modern corporate practices, digital adoption, and new age financial strategies, all redefining how success is built and sustained in today's economy. And I feel particularly privileged to be moderating this next session. So joining me on stage are our highly distinguished panelists, to include Mr. Dheeraj Badiat, the Head of Product and Platforms with Yes Securities India Limited. Sir, welcome once again. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And Ms. Vatika Pai, Head of Operations at Nirmala Travels. Welcome, welcome, ma'am. And Mr. Shamil Ahmed, Director for Delta Infra Logistics. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please take your seats as we proceed. All right. It's always very exciting to be amongst a panel where you've got both genders, generations, and industries. It's a wide mix here, which ensures that we'll get a 360-degree perspective to the topic. So we certainly want to do it justice. And Dheeraj, I want to kick off the conversation with you, because we're in Mangaluru, and this city is, of course, known for its legacy of multi-generation family-owned and operated businesses. But from your point of view, in the wealth management space, you've got all of this capital built over the generations, perhaps with a more conservative approach, and yet that next generation is more, let's just say, higher appetite for risk, increasingly interested in diversifying their investment strategies, right? And more willing to experiment. So what does that mean for you in a private wealth management capacity at Yes Securities? Is it out with the old and in with the new?
Let me give a brief background. Till about 10 years ago, the household assets was physical assets and financial assets, which was largely skewed towards physical assets of close to about 57, 58%.
A little bit louder, sir.
Yeah. Now that shift has happened to largely financial assets. So the physical assets has come down to drastically about 50, 51%.
Sure.
And the other one has moved up substantially. And the money has moved to financial assets in terms of equity, be it mutual funds, be it direct equity. But the number has been substantial. The large part of change that has happened is, I think we are in a golden era in India. We have a great capital markets. If you look at the value of assets that has moved in last 5 years, what was 25 lakh crores as AUM is now about 76 lakh crores.
In 5 years alone.
And that's a compounding rate of 18%. I think anybody sitting on the sidelines sees this as an opportunity that he cannot miss going forward. I think India's story is here to stay, and there's much more money that can be made by investing one's proceeds. Now, given the nature of markets and given the availability of capital, I think there's been a lot of monetization of promoters' wealth. This has created a huge corpus. That corpus is being generated by the first generation entrepreneurs, which is now also being co-managed by the second generation who is coming into the businesses. Now you have an approach which is conservative, and there's an approach where they want to look at opportunities, how to diversify.
Absolutely.
So the struggle here comes first in markets or investments is not a place to create wealth, your business creates wealth. Investments is a place to preserve your wealth. And preservation starts with a basic discipline of understanding what risks you're getting into it, and then having a framework of asset allocation. I think with an overlying guidelines of a framework of governance rules, you can manage that conflict, or you can manage the collaboration between the old order and the new order and achieve the objectives. So to answer short, I think everybody has its own investment goals and objectives. So depending on what objectives each family has, if it is guided by a guideline, then I think the answer to this is collaborative growth away.
No, Dheeraj, you bring up such an excellent point, because there's so much blood, sweat and tears and put into creating wealth, yet preserving it often takes the back seat, unfortunately, for better or for worse. So building on some of that and some of those observations, I'm now going to come to you now, Ritika, because when we look at Nirmala Travels, it's a business that has enjoyed a lot of goodwill in the city of Mangaluru. It's cherished amongst many members of this audience. But then again, you've essentially seen the travel industry change so much in that handwritten itineraries are now becoming, online aggregators ruling the roost, with travel now being enabled by a single click. So how do you even reinterpret your own legacy, given how quickly things are changing? How do you essentially maintain relevance in the heart and mind of the consumer?
Thank you so much for that question. Truly, we've come a long way. The travel industry has changed so much over the years. From handwritten itineraries, from, face-to-face conversations, those long phone calls, taking every detail down, and, going back to the times when I was a child, I've seen our offices having tons and tons of files with details on customers and, itineraries, and maybe then came the typewriter which would print them out, type them out for us. So we've had customer data, we've had our vouchers, our reservations and all of that, to now going, online, where we don't even meet a customer, it's almost faceless, where maybe it's just an email or a phone call or a WhatsApp message away these days. So we've really come a long way. But I think what keeps us going is our ability to adapt and use technology, because for us at the end of the day, when, especially for the services industry, I think it's all about maintaining those human connections, whatever the advent of technology, at the end of it, all kinds of travels have something to do with emotions. They're emotional connect. They may be traveling for work or for studies or all of that. So for us, I think the advantage is that we're able to adapt, keeping in mind their emotions. So we do what works best for us, and we would not want to compromise on what we do as an industry as well. So for us, human connections are at the center of everything. And we also try to imbibe what works for our customers. So we use technology, maybe the way we tell stories, narrate things have changed. But at the end of it, it's about blending the two. And I think that's how we ensure the legacy just, extends further, and it's not replaced really by technology.
It's a new chapter in the history of the legacy, if I can call it that. All right. So coming to you now, Shamil, we've heard from our previous two panelists who have touched upon how the industry has truly pivoted in the context of the wealth management space and the travel sector. Now coming to infrastructure and logistics. Given that Mangaluru is always known for its coastal heritage and its entire commercial destiny is very closely tied to its proximity to the port, now what's essentially happened is, is logistics really about just geography anymore? Or is data intelligence and analytics now ruling the roost?
So Mangalore gave us a start for us. So Mangalore gave us a start to this industry, the logistics industry, and the port was
the roots are in the proximity to the port.
Yes.
Right.
So what has happened during those, decades ago, the proximity was everything. We had the mainly control and everything used to happen because of the proximity to the port. And now what has happened is the proximity is no more, it's not, since due to digitization and everything, the ports are controlled from some other place. For example, I'll give you of our own company. We've started in Mangalore, operating in the port sector. We started as a transport company, and we moved on to stevedoring and cargo handling company. But today, our reach is global because of the digitization and the new technologies that are there. We operate terminals in the Middle East and across the country as well.
All right. And you know what? Speaking of trends and, you know, perhaps unanticipated trends, you know, if I could come back to you now, Dheeraj, I think another one we're seeing, particularly in the wealth management space, is rather than a passive approach to investing, wherein my money is in the markets and my you know, net return will essentially mimic market performance. I think you're seeing a more active, hands-on participatory role where people want to very closely align their returns to their personal and professional aspirations, number one, and they are seeking increased control. So if you're looking at a new age customer that's seeking more control, what does that mean for you in a money management capacity? Do you take a step forward, or does that mean a step back?
I think there's a drastic change in how wealth management is done. I think, one, it's a highly personalized business.
Right.
And I think now I would use a word called hyper-personalization. And one thing for sure, I think you have a relationship for sure, but if you don't have performance, I don't think you'll have a client staking with you for a long time. So what does that mean is, when you are building a relationship with client, I think it's a very, very important process to know what his needs are, what his objectives and goals are, and customize a bespoke solution for him. Now, having said that, it doesn't mean that client will give you a consent to go with you. I think the quality of your advice, the quality of your performance is very, very equally important in making the judgment. No longer it's now a commodity. It's unless you offer far superior products and services and returns that the clients are looking, I don't think you will survive in this race. And I think that's a shift that we have taken, and focusing on the quality of talent, the quality of products, and the quality of services, and together with a collaborative work with the client, I think we've been able to build the solutions. I think end of the day, the business is all about performance, and I think...
Fair enough, you know, fair enough. And coming to you now, ma'am, when we talk about essentially Mangalore and it being home to so many family-owned and operated multi-generational businesses, correct? Of course, business becomes inherently personal because it's happening with your family, right? And you mentioned a short while ago that now the entire travel experience has become faceless. Right? The relationships are of a different nature, let's just put it that way, correct? So how tough is it to build brand loyalty in this business in this day and age, given the magnitude of that shift?
Like I told you, I think to build brand loyalty, I think the crux of it all is to understand, first of all, it's the nature of your service. I think the core of these family businesses will always be honesty, will be, you know, attention to detail, the clarity of thought, transparency in what we do. And so those things, I think, are the core of all businesses. So I think we need to stay rooted and grounded in our values, okay? And ensure you deliver that, and that is something that you connect with your, you know, your customers. So I think that's, of course, one thing. And times have changed, and I think we need to change with the changing times. I think for them to be loyal, it has to be something that is fulfilling their requirements, isn't it? So I think it is about keeping ourselves up to date with what's in and trending. I think we need to kind of keep evolving on the outside, but you need to stay grounded in your purpose on the inside. So I think the takeaway is that you have to change with changing times, whether it is AI or whatever it is. You have to kind of blend it with whatever is working for you and see what works for you and works for your customers as well.
And as you continue to change, keep in mind that the trends are, for you to follow, and it's not personal. It's not an indication of what you're doing not working. It's just a matter of the times are changing. Thank you for sharing that. And coming to the infrastructure and logistics industry, look, it's typically highly capital intensive. We've got long gestation periods, right? But are you now seeing a migration towards, more asset-light models, Shamil, or models that are enabled by way of partnerships? And therefore, there's a technology acceleration rather than it all being on the books. Can you tell us more about what you're witnessing in the industry?
So the first part, the light model. So most of the companies are now opting for asset light models, but there are some core equipments or any other infrastructure which requires your control. These are the things which the company opts to have it with themselves. Apart from that, there are a lot of other platforms which have come up now, which the companies can use them and not where the specialized services are provided, customized solutions,
Sure.
which will even help them reduce in their costing and also reduce their time and which can be spent on other things and improve their core value or core business solutions. And apart from this, the second part, what you told was about, I'm sorry, it was on the...
So it was asset-light models largely, right?
Yes, the second part you had asked about, apart from the asset-light model.
Yeah. Okay. Well, aside from asset-light models, and I'll come back to you with a follow-up question there, but it was just if we're seeing shorter gestation periods, all right?
Yes.
That was also a question. And whether technology partnerships
Yes,
are
definitely.
enabling growth.
Yes. So the technology today, most of them are like in port sector especially, it's something called as smart ports and a lot of innovation and digitization, especially IoT devices. These help to optimize the efficiency of the ports. So these are the sectors where the companies have invested instead of investing in the assets, what they are. So the companies are investing on digitization, technology, and real-time analytics. These are the things the companies are going through. And also, most of the government is going in for promoting PPP models, where the companies are investing on equipments or assets, which is helping improve our ports as well.
No, thank you for sharing that. And coming back to you now, Dheeraj, I think an age-old debate when it comes to markets has essentially been time in the market versus timing the market. We've heard experts talk about it from every angle imaginable. So when you look at the prior generation, I think there was perhaps a patience there, a willingness to deploy capital and let it work for you. And now when you look at new age investors, is the patience what's lacking, and how do they pay for it in terms of returns? Or is it too soon to tell?
I think when it comes to managing large money, I think very important to have a framework called the investment policy statement. And the investment policy statement clearly outlines the charters, how much is my equity allocation, how much is my debt allocation, how much is my alternatives. As a guidance, globally it's the 60-40 rule. That means 60 equity and 40
right.
debt. Now, depending on the risk appetite of the client, that number can vary. We've seen an increasing shift in terms of clients opting for a larger portion of alternatives.
Sure.
And that space is where the value of risk happens. But if you have a mix of balance of risks there in terms of where you invest that money and the time period to invest, the returns can be equally compensated. And that's where private equity and private credit comes into place. Typically, a private equity investment takes about 5 to 8 years or 10 years. In investments, the longer time of investment, you have an early entry into a company. That means you have a chance of a higher returns. But that doesn't mean that the company will last that life cycle and you'll make that return. Hence, to have a diversified pool of companies in a fund will help you bridge that gap and look at a higher returns. To answer your question, I think if you have certain alternatives built into the portfolio, you can have a very disciplined approach of managing money with largely the traditional investments of equity and debt, and then you have the alternates of private credit and private equity.
No, Dheeraj, you're absolutely right. And, financial products are becoming increasingly sophisticated. And India has always been branded somehow as a nation of savers rather than a nation of investors. Is that perception finally now beginning to change?
If you look at data, I think our savings rate is close to about 30-odd%.
Sure.
And we would rank number 5. The largest saving nation in the world is China. The saving ratio out there is close to about 45%. Okay. Now, what does that mean? That means there is liquidity. There's money that is in the sidelines which is waiting for an opportunity to invest. We've seen the transformation in terms of equity markets. You've seen SIP's numbers being the highest last month. I must share that data that I think markets follow a certain trend. Clients follow that trend. Last 1 year, equities underperformed, but gold gave a returns of close to about 40 to 50%. You'll be surprised in the SIP numbers that came out, close to about 8 to 10,000 crores went into gold, which was never heard and
unheard of, absolutely.
So I think the shift is as per the market trends. To answer your question, I think the clients are becoming more and more increasingly aware of what opportunities exist and quickly having a tactical allocation towards that.
And coming to you now, ma'am, I think one of the big shifts when it comes to India and spending is that India now seems to enjoy its money. There was previously a huge legacy of essentially living poor and dying rich. And now people care to live rich, enjoy their money while they are alive, right? And luxuries like travel that were perhaps considered to be a nice to have but not a must have is now becoming a staple portfolio of everyone's expectations, given that disposable income is on the rise. All right? So how do you map for that? How do you plan for that in your growth as a brand? How do you look at macro trends on a national level vis-a-vis your historic legacy as a business and map the two?
I think the trends have changed. I think we see the shift as in the tourism industry, we see that shift post the COVID pandemic. I think people have started valuing their lives more than ever.
Right.
And they're no longer saving up to make that one big trip of their lives. People are, they understand the value of an experience. They understand that it's necessary to spend time with their near and dear ones. They're no longer putting it together for an experience sometime in the future.
Right.
They want to enjoy it right away. So we see people coming with literally traveling 2 or 3 or more times in a year. It's not that one annual vacation or once in 2-3 years that they used to take their families out. They're looking at weekend getaways. Even those small, short duration tours are adding a lot of value to them. And we've seen that shift after the pandemic where, they were not really able to meet each other, not really interact with one another. We've seen that major shift over there. So coming to us and as a business, I think, like I said, we have to follow the trend. So we're all hands-on and we have, again, we're using our technology, we're using every data to try and personalize as much as we can. And that's going a long way in helping us, fulfill our purpose.
Phenomenal, phenomenal. And I'll come to you now, sir, when we talk about the logistics and infrastructure space, all right? I think, and we look at today's generation, this is the instant gratification generation. They wanted everything yesterday, all right? And given the long gestation periods that are typically associated with logistics and infrastructure, and even the Gati Shakti movement, the Honorable Prime Minister, and all of its objectives, I think the cry is that we're still not there yet. What is it going to take? Are we going to experience and reap the benefits of this within our own lifetime? Right? So when you deal with that new age generation of decision makers, and the lens through which they look at infrastructure-related decisions and logistics-related decisions, how do you cater to that customer? How do you respond to them?
So, the Gati Shakti especially focuses on improving the logistics, mainly the logistics cost, to reduce the logistics cost.
Right.
So, we are building more ports, our capacity is increasing. We are doubling our capacity almost in 2047, that is the target. So keeping this in mind, we are already, we are building mega ports, we are upgrading our existing capacities. So it's all happening, and definitely it will be a faster change that we will see, especially in the logistics sector and the shipping sector. We are also seeing a lot of shipbuilding companies coming up and setting up their factories here, and apart from this, a lot of international shipping companies are changing their flags. Most of them used to apply on international flags, but they are now registering in India, and the change is it's happening.
And another sentiment that we're seeing amongst the new age consumer, and I'll come to you now, Dheeraj, is they are much more eco-friendly. They care to invest in companies or work for companies whose values align with their own, right? If you look at the Make in India movement, for example, I think purchasing goods that are essentially manufactured locally is no longer a matter of sort of choice. It's come down to almost consumer ethics. So as you look at these changing trends in the new age consumer, the new age customer, the new age partner, business associate, how do you cater to these new age desires that seem like it's only the starting point, they're nowhere near saturated?
So I'll speak for some of the large family offices that we end up managing money, and the businesses generate huge amount of revenue and income. Right. There's a corpus that is getting created. The corpus could be from a sale of a company or a business or a stake sale. There's a corpus is generated. There are two ways to add value to the client. One is to put that money back and refuel it with the existing business.
Right.
Second is to ideate in a way that I will take a strategic investment in a related business so that I have access to technology, I have access to resources, I have access to new geographies, I have new markets. The trend is largely moving in that direction. I think all these family offices, because they have existing businesses, they want to grow much larger than this. I think they're adapting to a new markets or new technology, new designs by investing part of that. And that is where we as a platform can help in providing this entire gamut of services where it can be a synergized effort to make the company grow further.
All right, and coming to you now, ma'am, I think the theory seems to be essentially that age-old traditions or ways of doing business and new age market strategies can peacefully coexist. All right? It's very easy to say that in theory. But for entrepreneurs in this room that may be struggling with that very balance, especially if they are part of, multi-generation family-owned and operated businesses, and a second and a third generation or a third and a fourth generation may be in conflict along that particular point, how might you guide them? What words of wisdom might you have to share?
So coming to traditions, that's something that is always a matter of discussion in our offices. So I belong to the second generation. So I have my parents who are the first generation entrepreneurs. So for them, everything is about, I belong to a generation where for us it's digital first. It's about doing things sooner, faster.
Right.
It's about hunger to get things done quickly. It's about blending technology with everything. But for them, they have a very deep understanding of how this business was set up. I think they have a lot of immense amount of experience which is built which has helped them build this brand. So there's always, there's a tussle, but I think it's a very healthy tension that exists. And the best part is, I think, when it comes to generations, because especially since we belong to Mangalore, we have lots of legacy businesses here where people are in their third or fourth generation. So I think what we need to do is, I think there's a need to communicate with the generations. It's necessary for both the generations to communicate well and also listen to each other. And I think the magic is in that mix where you're really listening to each other and understanding. So the first generation will definitely understand that technology is something that's going to give you wings to fly. It's going to increase your speed, it's helping you innovate, it's helping you reach newer markets. And our generation definitely understands that it's these core values that keep us grounded, so they keep a check on us. So I think it's a good mix, and I'm happy to say that we very peacefully coexist, and there are some traditions that we cannot let die down, and they're non-negotiable for us. So they're very strongly rooted. So they give us our space, so we very well mix technology with tradition, and that's doing very well for us.
All right. And Dheeraj, I'm going to come to you for the last word. Okay. I think our panel has essentially summarized, some of the plus points to mixing technology with tradition. And we've heard some of the downsides as well. All right. If you were to summarize it in a single sentence, when do technology and tradition become seamlessly intertwined, and how? What might you say?
See, I think you have the old economy and the new economy. And I think the old guard is conservative, the new guard is aggressive. I think the fundamental rule, always remains on the governance principles that you set as a framework. And if you marry those two, I think you will manage the conflicts much better.
Very heartening to hear. A huge round of applause for our panel, please. I believe it's deeply deserved, and I'd like to please take a photo op with all of you. Thank you for your insights. Thank you for adding that candor and color to the conversation. Each of our panelists a token of my appreciation, please, for being here. All right, so before we move forward, an exciting agenda lies ahead, but I would like to take a moment to re-acknowledge our partners in this effort here at the ETNow.in Business Conclave Awards 2025 Mangaluru Edition. We are presented by Rohan Corporation. We're powered by Intel. Our knowledge partner is Nitte University. Our wealth management partner, Yes Securities, who we just heard from. Our banking partner, Karnataka Bank. That was a fascinating session earlier in the day. Our tech partner, AWS, healthcare partner, AJ Hospital, ladies and gentlemen, luxury car partner, Sundaram Motors, our data cloud partner, Snowflake, sustainability partner, Hero Cycles, our business solutions partner, Zoho, our online realty consultant partner, Roof and Floor, and our NGO partner, World Vision India. So it does stem from a collaborative effort, and I think that in and of itself deserves some acknowledgement. So a huge round of applause, please, and thank you for being here. All right, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, our next conversation focuses on one of the most powerful forces that is shaping the future, education. So we now present a fireside chat on transformational leadership in education. That's partnered by our knowledge partner, Nitte University, because education today it's no longer confined to the classrooms, really. It's about cultivating curiosity, innovation, leadership, and holistic development that prepares students for a global tomorrow. And this next session is going to explore how visionary leadership in academia is essentially bridging the gap between traditional learning and future-ready education. So to lead this conversation, please welcome our moderator, national editor of the Times Network, and my colleague, Miss Anuya Yadav. Huge round of applause, please. And joining her for this insightful dialogue is a distinguished education leader who's been instrumental in driving innovation and excellence at one of India's leading universities, Mr. Vishal Hegde, Pro-Chancellor, Administration, Nitte University. Sir, such a pleasure to have you with us, Mr. Hegde. All right. And with that, Anuya, the floor is yours. I hand it over to you.
Thank you, Pooja. And I must say the evening was quite interesting, wherein we touched upon multiple topics, multiple subjects, be it AI, be it banking, be it infra, we have touched it all. And of course, the most important one, education, is here. And Vishal is here with me. Vishal, the topic here is transformational leadership in education. And of course, yours is a university which is preparing leaders for tomorrow. Looking at the current situation in education sector, beyond EdTech and the curriculum tweaks, what exactly, according to you, is something that transforms leadership in students? How is Nitte performing that?
Yeah, thanks for having me here. As you rightly said, the educational sector, technology is important, but we definitely need to look beyond technology as well. Nitte has been in the forefront of education since the early 80s. We've had an advantage in terms of transforming the rural youth of our country for the last more than 40 years. We've been established in a rural location in our initial stages. That's Nitte, that's where we started. So that definitely gave us a head start. But coming to your question, we definitely need to look at students of tomorrow with a slightly different mindset. We need to create leaders who are valuing the ethics and the morals to be good citizens of our country. A good example for this would be if we are able to train our students to think and transform rural India. It can be in any sector. It can be in agriculture, healthcare, in any of the sectors. I think that's when we can put our heads up with pride and say that we've done our job.
Vishal, we have seen that, of course, education transforms completely the students today for tomorrow. And it is not only about urban education or urban students. It is the smaller towns, the tier 2 cities, which is where the focus needs to be more if we want India to grow in the next 50 years, I must say. How, according to you, Nitte has been looking at, and you just mentioned, Nitte has been looking at in those tier 2 students, not only the urban students, but how are you transforming the real tier 2 students in the country?
Yeah, if you look at the education sector, it's not Nitte alone that is transforming the rural or the tier 2, tier 3 cities. Most of our students who are the business leaders of the future are definitely going to come from tier 2 or tier 3 cities. Because if you look at the demographics of our country, I'm sure the students from these regions are the students who have the fire in their belly to do well. Definitely, we as educational institutions and society at large, we definitely have a role to play. We need to give our students who are studying in rural India the chance to get themselves educated. And today with technology, I think it's becoming relatively easier. India is well connected. And I'm sure we have good teachers in many locations. And these good teachers should be given an opportunity to reach out to the Tier 2, Tier 3 rural areas where the students can hear them, learn from them, imbibe the good qualities and become successful in future.
You know, when Dr. Kasturi Rangan came with the report of National Education Policy 2020, all of us were talking about it. Initially, everybody spoke about the bottlenecks. The implementation is going to be difficult. This is what we all were speaking about. What, according to you, today is Nitte doing, or let's say the educational institutions are doing, so that the implementation becomes more smoother?
NEP 2020 is a vision document. There's nothing that, one thing that we can implement in full. So each institution, the state governments, the union government, all of us have a part to play. When I look at NEP 2020, the way I look at it is it's definitely opened up the education sector. Because if you look at India in the last 25 years, most sectors have had, if I can use the word, a complete shake-up. But the educational sector has not yet had it. So I think the NEP 2020 will give an opportunity to all the students to learn well. See, the best feature about NEP 2020 is it gives students an opportunity to move out and come back in. So in future, there is going to be space for lateral movement between courses as well. In the Western world, there is lateral movement among specialities or among courses that is allowed. In India, we had a reasonably rigid policy, but now that is changing. And I think it's for good because students should have more than one skill set as they move forward. And I think NEP is an opportunity for us to give students more than one single skill set. A classic example for this would be tomorrow's doctors may need to know a little bit of engineering as well because, you know, they're dealing with robots and a lot of technology. Until now, that was not, there's no space for that. But I think looking ahead, there is going to be space for something as radical as that too.
I'm sure we have a lot of parents of children whose their children going for higher education. A lot of us opt for education outside the country. You know, you have been in the education industry for so long. How do you see it? Do you think India today is evolving? Because I have spoken to many academicians who actually say today that, you know, our education system has become more robust, has become more stronger, and there is no need to go abroad and study because here are universities like Nitte who bring that kind of education to India.
Yes, it's a very debatable point. But I definitely agree that India is the place to be. If you look at 10 years or the late 90s, early 2000s, people used to go abroad to study with an intent of making a life in that very country. So most of our students used to go to the Western world, maybe to Australia, to United Kingdom, and majority to USA and Canada. Their whole intent was not only study there, but also make a career. But now with the business growth that is happening in India for the last few years, and with India poised to be the third largest economy in the near future, I think this is the place to be. So I don't think parents of today should think of sending their students abroad and come back to India because each country has its own culture and its own roots. So similarly, our education system has its own culture and its own roots. So historically, India has been a hub for education. We might have lost it in the middle somewhere, but I think it's going to come back. So my one-line answer to your question is parents should definitely not think of sending their kids abroad to study because the next decade or two belongs to India.
Absolutely. The next 2 decades, rather 3 decades, belong to India. And having said that, you know, how the government plans to look at a 2030 or a 2047 plan that the government is working on, what according to you is an empowered nation via education looks like? What are the changes you feel we should do right now so that we have a better education system in the coming years?
Like every other sector, education is also evolving. So I wouldn't hazard a guess how education will look after 10 years. I am sure there are certain areas that are going to drastically change. There may be certain spheres of education which may not change that much. But I, for one, believe that the government, educational institution should all prepare our students for a good skill sets. We are now basically looking at education delivery, which means the curriculum is delivered to the students and they move on from there. But I think more of skills, more of, if I can, you know, make them into good entrepreneurs, give them internships, industry interactions. I think these are the ways forward for the next generation of educational institutions, because we need to make it as seamless as we can for our students to join industry. Because, you know, there is always this raging debate that our students are not industry ready, at least in some areas. So how do we do that? So we need to sit with industry, get our students ready to take the next step. For that, we definitely need a helping hand from these industries as well.
You know, twice you have mentioned about how the new education system actually helps students to move from one interest to the other interest. Secondly, skilling, which is very, very important and government is also focused on. Looking at higher education, do you think that, you know, how actually schools today have started picking up skill education at a very young age, and by the time students come for higher education, they have more clarity, it has more impact, and it's better that if they start early and prepared for tomorrow, for their future, in the area of interest that they want to go for, it's much better?
Definitely. Because I think school should be the first place where we should give a taste of skills to the students. Because students typically have an issue of making up their minds on what direction they want to take in terms of the skill set. So I think once you move into higher education, the space for failure is very less, meaning they don't have that much time to try out a skill set, and if it doesn't work, move on to another one. So I definitely firmly believe that school should be the playground where we give these students a chance to explore. And definitely school education has begun to give students a chance to explore. Because earlier, we were ruled by math and science. But now I think there is so much more that kids can do, and in terms of careers other than math and science. So I'm sure the school education should give space to everyone to explore his or her interests.
Looking at Mangaluru specifically, where Nitte is, you know, we see a lot of entrepreneurship. We see a lot of family-owned businesses. We see a lot of startups also coming up in India. Looking at how digitized the nation is today, what role does Nitte play in terms of bridging this gap between education and entrepreneurship?
See, there are two programs that are being talked about in Mangalore. One, the Honorable MP of Mangalore has pulled out a concept called Back to Uru, which in a translation in English means back to home. The other one is the Silicon Beach. So with these two ecosystems getting traction in Mangalore, I'm sure industry is going to start coming to Mangalore. Now, the students who are passing out of the educational institutions in Mangalore are moving out of Mangalore only for the reason that they don't get enough job opportunities in Mangalore. So when the industry comes to Mangalore, I'm sure the educational institutions of Mangalore will gear up and give them the required technically trained manpower. Because Mangalore, as you rightly said, has been a land of entrepreneurs, and we have been reasonably quick to adapt and evolve ourselves. So I, for one, really hope that with the Back to Uru as well as the Silicon Beach, there will be many companies that will come and establish themselves in Mangalore. Because Mangalore, for me, is world-class in many areas. You look at education, you look at healthcare. What is happening anywhere in the world is happening in Mangalore. So it's a good ecosystem for people to come and live. And I'm sure when industry comes, the required effort by the educational institutions will be there to give them the technically trained manpower.
I'll go back to my previous question where I talked about how students these days go abroad and study and look at these foreign universities. Having said that, Nitte has collaborated with multiple international universities. How do you, as a Vice Chancellor, see this opportunity of an Indian university collaborating with international university? What is it? What is that real content, real meat that the student gets? Is it about the kind of education or the kind of subjects that they study abroad, they get to study here? How do you match that with the local flavor as well?
More than the subjects, because most of the subjects that are taught in foreign universities are being taught in India. But I think the real focus is in the best practices of the foreign universities. So when universities like Nitte collaborate with foreign universities, I'm sure that most of us are looking at the best practices. Another very important aspect is the research. If you look at many products worldwide, it can be medical related or engineering related, they have come out of university campuses. But that is yet to happen in India. Because in India, the focus on research has just started in the last 5 to 10 years. And foreign universities have reasonably large budgets when it comes to research and research-related expenditure. So the two areas that Nitte as well as other Indian universities would want to collaborate is in the area of research as well as learning the best practices from the foreign universities.
We were talking about the fact that how you feel that in 5 years, the education style is going to change because of how tech-friendly we all have become, this generation has become. Why did you say that? And does that mean that the traditional style of learning will change? Or do you think that today the children have that kind of large canvas that they can paint accordingly?
Yeah, the main reason why I made that comment is students, when they come into a class today, are much more well informed than what, say, my generation was. Yes. Now they have access to Groks, to the chat GPTs, to the AIs of the world. So when they know what is the class that the teacher is going to teach, the student is definitely going to go through these portals and have an idea of what's going to happen in the class. So this definitely is going to put pressure on the teacher. So that is why in my first opening statement I said, teachers need to be role models. Now the role of the teacher from provider of knowledge to being a role model, because I think what we need today is students who are ethically and morally grounded. Because, okay, we focus a lot on knowledge. Yes, knowledge is absolutely important. I'm just not downplaying it. But along with knowledge, if India has to grow, we need good citizens. So I'm sure the teacher still has his or her relevance.
Personally, I would say I have a lot of respect for academicians, and I think when you get into something, you guys give it with more honesty, because teachers play a very, very important role in any student's life. But tell me something, that looking at today's entrepreneurs, today's younger generation, what is one message or let's say mantra that you would like to give them for a successful future, and since they are the leaders of tomorrow?
If you look at it, most successful entrepreneurs have worked on technology that they have never learned. So it's very difficult for us to give them a pathway to success, because most of the unicorns have come out of ideas that hitherto no one knew about. So I think definitely it's not for me to venture to give. But the one important thing I would like to tell most students is stay grounded and give it your best. Because with so much of technology being around us, there's a lot of space for distraction as well. So we shouldn't get distracted with too much technology. We need to be sure what is the destination that I need to reach over a period of time, and we need to work towards it. There is definitely no substitute for hard work. I mean, it can be early 50s to the next 2050. Hard work is something that is going to stay. And my only advice to students is stay grounded and work hard.
I love that last line. Stay grounded. Honesty is what will take you places. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us for this conversation. It was really a pleasure to have you. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Huge round of applause. All right. Thank you, Anuya, and thank you, Mr. Hegde, for that inspiring conversation. And I would like for Anuya to kindly please present our guest with a token of our appreciation. I think the conversation very much highlighted how the education landscape is being redefined as we speak. A special photo op to commemorate the moment here at the etnow.in Business Conclave Awards 2025 Mangaluru Edition. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Hegde, and thank you, Anuya. So, ladies and gentlemen, up next, we're going to continue to explore this theme in our collaboration with knowledge partner Nitte University for a very special discussion that's titled Tomorrow's Talent with Today's Trailblazers. So before we begin, a quick note about our partner. Nitte University is among India's leading institutions. It's offering over 160 different academic programs across Mangaluru, Nitte and Bangalore. And its mission is to nurture young minds through innovation, through research, and through holistic education that truly makes them a cornerstone of progress in the region. So we do encourage you in the audience to visit Nitte's booth outside by the registration area to explore their diverse courses, their research initiatives, and the dynamic learning environment that they offer. So now, coming to the session. This discussion is going to bring together industry leaders and promising young students to explore how emerging talent can work hand in hand with experienced visionaries, really, to build the India of tomorrow. So this conversation is about mentorship, it's about collaboration and aligning academic excellence with real-world opportunity. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists for this session. We have Ajmal Venapoya, Managing Director, Unity Care and Health Services Private Limited. If I could kindly please have Ajmal on stage. Guru Datta Shenoy, Managing Partner, Mukund MGM Realty. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. M. Atmika Amin, Director of JV Group of Companies. Thank you. Our industry visionaries are here. And now, to add a vibrant dimension to this discussion, we're very delighted to have with us students from Nitte University. So we have Ms. Triti Shetty, Mr. Shashank Shyamsundar Kamath, and Mr. Rohan Pinto. Can we have our students on stage, please? So clearly, an exciting conversation awaits us that is unfiltered and unscripted, and a meeting 6 minds, 2 generations. With that, the students, I let you take it away. The floor is yours.
Good evening to everyone present here. It's a privilege to be a part of this dialogue where tomorrow's talent meet today's trailblazer. We are here to explore about leadership, innovation, and purpose, how redefining industries and inspiring the next generation. I, Dhriti Shetty, with my co-moderators Shashank Kamath and Rohan Pinto, are here together. We'll be taking you through conversation that bridges the gap between vision and action. Starting with, we have Mr. Ajmal Yanopoya, the force behind Unity Care's growing legacy in Mangalore's healthcare sector. Our very first question is to you, sir.
Glad to have you here, sir. My question to you is about Mangalore's healthcare has been increasingly competitive with the entry of new players. How does Unity Healthcare manage to stay relevant? And what is your strategy for being relevant to the local and international crowd?
Good evening. Thank you for inviting me here. Unity is one of the oldest hospitals in the south of India. We started in 1978. So, to the present situation, which is 47 years, we've seen almost more than 10,000 beds coming in as a competition, both private and medical. But our core focus has been patient health care and nursing care, which cannot be replaced with all the equipments and the technology. So we've added nursing school to add to our manforce to that. And I think over a period we decided that patient care first, then technology. And so the same happens when you have international patients too. So, and we also had no full-time doctors for a while because Mangalore has a unique concept of visiting doctors. So we added a few full-time doctors to the specialties to add to the care. I think that's the way we've been here for the last 47 years.
Lovely. I think sir's insights about, insight in the healthcare space, about innovation and how he has kept empathy first is truly amazing. And speaking of blending legacy with new ideas, that brings us to our next guest, Miss Atmika Amin, who leads a legacy business with a fresh perspective.
Greetings, ma'am. Well, as a young leader in legacy business, how did you find the balance between pursuing tradition and pursuing innovation? Like, what were the moments of resistance and what did they teach you?
Good evening, everyone. So, coming from a legacy business, right, where there have been generations that have worked towards bringing that goodwill. So there's, when you're talking about traditions, it's also about reliability. It's also about the trust that has been there with your brand for decades. So, and also at the same time, you cannot just sustain with tradition. You have to evolve with time. So what I understand is that there are people who have worked with us for more than 40 plus years. We also have the newer generation joining us right now. So the right balance between tradition and evolution, that is innovation, is required to make sure that we not just survive but also sustain and do better and groom ourselves. What it has taught us is that the fact that you cannot choose one from the either. What we should do is try and make sure how we can work with both of them, equally walking hand in hand. That's how we're going to make sure that we will succeed.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an honest reflection. Well, since now we are speaking about growth and future, it's impossible not to talk about our very own city, Mangalore. We have Mr. Gurudutt Shenoy, the visionary behind MGM Realty, shaping Mangalore's urban land space with purpose and innovation.
Good evening, Gurudutt sir. My question is for you. Urban India is on the brink of reinvention. In the next decade, sustainability, mobility, and community spaces will reshape how people live and work. If you could design the blueprint of Mangalore 2035, How would you do it, and what would your vision be? And how is MGM Realty contributing towards this vision?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. If you're asking 2035 Mangalore, how I see, definitely I would like to see as a model district or a model city for whole of India or the world, how a coastal city has to be developed in a sustainable interest. When we say sustainable, it is not just environmental concerns, it is about lives also. So we are into business of real estate. It is not just a four walls we are trying to build. We are serving lives over there. When we develop a project, definitely an aspect of sustainable carbon emission or friendly towards connectivity, all those things are aspect. But more than that, how we are making it that encouraging environment to strive great global businesses, or when you talk about homes, that your quality of living impacts you in every sense, be it your health or everything. So real estate makes a huge difference in quality of life and sustainable lifestyle when we talk about. And Mangalore is a one thing we have seen since the last 2-3 decades also. We have been able to keep our culture intact and tradition, and now the new vibe of tech is coming together. We believe that even in 2035, we want to keep it intact. Even if we are growing to the global standards, we don't want to change in those aspects for sure. And we are delivering our business buildings with a more sustainable, carbon neutral, and friendly towards environment. That will be focus. Definitely, I see Mangalore in a global map as an example city for the world.
That's an inspiring vision. It's exciting to imagine Mangalore as an emerging city of balanced progress, sustainability, and tradition, as you said. Now, speaking about the future completely relies on the youth. And my co-host Dhriti here has a very interesting question for Atmika ma'am, which regards to entrepreneurship and our youngsters.
Yes, absolutely. Ma'am, our question is, as an entrepreneur yourself, why do you think local youngsters are becoming job seekers instead of job givers? And what can be done to retain the best talents within our district and not lose them to big cities like Mumbai or Mangalore?
So this question is actually extremely close to me. We as several trade bodies are working towards it as well. If I have to tell you about why we see a lot of youngsters being job seekers rather than job givers, I would say most of our childhood days, we have always heard about our parents talking about, become a doctor, become an engineer, make sure that you settle down with a good job. We've kept hearing that, so it's inbuilt in us that, this is what we need to do. It is security over compassion or, passion towards doing something. Also, there are some few rebels like us who have gotten into entrepreneurship as well. What we could do is, or what we should do is have an ecosystem that is required at the educational system as well, where we could try and bridge that gap between industry and academia. To be honest, here in Mangaluru, we are already doing that. We have multiple incubation centers. We have a lot of trade bodies that have MOUs with all the colleges, be it management colleges, medical and engineering colleges, where industries provide internship opportunities. They provide you an experience of working in the environment to actually identify what kind of development is happening here in Mangaluru itself. And with that innovation and with that change of prospect that happens in the mindset of the students, I think we can definitely see a lot of students or resources staying back in Mangalore. It's already growing at the moment, and we already see a lot of people moving back to Mangalore. Right? There's Back to Uru initiative, and a lot of people who have moved out of Mangalore have come back right now and set up businesses here. And I think we're already seeing that gap being served. But we definitely have to do more to give in and improve our employment opportunities here in Mangalore as well. But we see that change already, and that's where we are headed towards. And if each of us start giving internship opportunities and providing better facilities and mentorship programs, identifying how funding opportunities can be provided, because we have MSME department, we have the DIC, we have TAI, which is having a chapter here in Mangalore for startups. There are a lot of mentorship programs as well. So that ecosystem itself will create awareness among the students of the opportunities here. And within the comfort of their own hometown, they can build something. And quite honestly, if I have to tell you, I was talking to Rohit Bhatt a couple of days back, and when he decided to move from Bombay to Mangalore to set up his company, Robosoft, when I asked him what made you decide that, so he's like, it really doesn't matter where you are. You can build something right here. All it takes is, perseverance and the right attitude. Make sure that you get all your skill sets here. So if we can have a company like Robosoft from here in Mangalore, why not we already have so many other companies. So I don't think place really matters. It's about your intent and your attitude and courage to do it. So that's where I'm
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you so much for such an insightful input. Now, as we circle back to the healthcare space, Rohan here will take us through the next question for Mr. Ajmal.
I mean, speaking about opportunities, I think a main question here as student moderators would be, you see fresh graduates from nursing schools, medical colleges, and even management programs. If you could redesign one aspect of these programs, or how India trains healthcare professionals, maybe clinical skills, ethics, technology, business acumen, empathy, what would it be? What is the biggest mismatch between what institutions produce today and what companies require?
If you ask me, since 30 years that I've been in the hospital, Mangalore had one medical college and one college for post-graduation. Now we have 10, and we still find shortage of doctors to be hired and joining us. And the quality of doctors also, I think back then with one, I shouldn't be saying this, but then the kind of MBBS graduates that come out now, I wouldn't be able to consider them back then there. I think the thing is more instant. People want to finish their undergrad, postgrad, and start their practice. And I think there should be a gap that they have after the undergraduation program and then do their PGO. So I feel that's one thing. And the second question was what role?
Yeah,
I think
mismatch.
empathy. Empathy is something that's lacking in the present generation that I see. And then maybe perseverance, and then I think the rest can follow. Technology anyway keeps changing, and we have to adapt with that. I think these three is what I would suggest that can be looked into.
Yeah, absolutely insightful. As Sir spoke, maybe perhaps we need to focus on empathy and other aspects of healthcare especially. Yeah. And as we near the end of this dialogue, we have one final question that ties together for all the panelists here, that ties together leadership, purpose, and legacy.
Okay, Guru sir, this question is for you. If we had a 21-year-old young man or young woman walking up here and asking you, "Sir, I want to build something that will last forever," and you have to give him some sort of mentorship on leadership or success, which no other podcast or business school will ever provide, how would you go forward giving him advice? And it's something a trailblazer will have to learn the hard way.
First of all, we are learning. If you are asking if I have to guide 21-year-old, first thing everybody should learn that your learning never ends. Even we are today learning more than what to do, we should learn what not to do. That we are getting from the experience of last 15 years. With that experience, I can guide somebody that if you are thinking about entrepreneurship or to be a leader, it is not that fancy at all. This kind of event we won't get every day, but every day is a challenge for sure. But exciting part is that you are solving real world challenges, real world problem. When you see that people are benefited out of it, it gives a lot of encouragement. But only thing is, as an entrepreneur, your journey is lonely. You cannot share most of your things, what you are going through with the, you come to entrepreneurship with that mindset that everything is not a win. Even in your failure, you get to learn. Win is definitely a good thing for everybody. But as an entrepreneur, to be a leader, you need to understand one thing that when you start a project or a product very passionately, it is just a 1% of it. That then remaining 99% you need to continuously deliver that, improve that day on day basis. And it is not that easy. You need to persistently keep that passion in your mind and struggle. And you need to improve day on day basis personally and in all aspects as well. If I have to talk to a 21-year-old now, I would definitely say that look as a long term, otherwise it is not that interesting or encouraging. But once you are in here, that journey is a roller coaster ride, like you never want to get down from there for sure. Then leadership and entrepreneur spirit is much more than a sportsman spirit, I believe. We have been in this journey since 15 years. I don't think this will bore. But actually speaking, entrepreneurship journey is like a never-ending journey, and we take this for next generation as well.
Absolutely. Atmika ma'am, if you could give your inputs to the same question, the one thing that we, before stepping into, should know from your side.
So there's multiple things that you need to know, but if it is one thing, I think consistency and never giving up. You might face failures, but that shouldn't stop you. So keep trying, and also swallow your pride and be ready to, give it your all. And in any business, I believe that you need to be a very good salesperson, so communication is extremely important. So I think these are a couple of things that I would really think is essential for anybody to take things forward. And inclusivity also, I would say. Be a team player than an individual.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Mr. Ajmal sir, what would you like to add to that? You helped gain Unity Care as an established brand of healthcare in Mangaluru. How would you say, in your years of experience managing Unity Care, what would you give your input on that?
I mean, in the hospital scenario?
Yeah.
I'd add to the same thing. So I would say the present generation that come out, they need to have patience to get to that space where the rest of them are. Now I think with the age of Insta, everything needs to be done instantly. And adaptability to learn, change as and when required. And also in my healthcare situation, I would say interdependence than independent. So what happens in Mangalore is most of the hospitals and the doctors, they work independently, though they come together at the hospital and then they go back after that. So I think we work together would change a lot of quality healthcare delivery here. That's why we don't have many of the corporate hospitals that come up here. We are still family-owned hospitals that run by doctors and the same thing existing. So getting manpower for that reason is very difficult.
I just have a follow-up question. What would you say to medical professionals if they wanted to start up, their own clinics or their own hospitals? You've had plenty of experience in this space. How would you possibly, give them guidance? If there were some things that you would want to know beforehand, in your experience, in your tenure, if there were any pivotal decisions that you had to take in your experience, what would they be?
I think we have this thing in Mangalore, is very easily copy another business that we start, and that's why you see the same repetitive business, be it education, healthcare, or any other industry. I think we need to start thinking differently and be more unique to that business rather than duplicate the same thing over and over again. In my industry, I would say get core specialty, that's single and dual specialty kind of hospitals, which are much needed, and then the care also differs in the same way. And be ready for a change every now and then rather than the same procedure all the time.
Thank you so much, sir. This insight that we've got and is very thought-provoking to us. I'm sure the medical professionals of the healthcare ecosystem would greatly beneficial from your advice. I thank our panelists for sharing such valuable insights during this discussion. Tonight, we've seen that leadership is not confined by age or title. It's defined by purpose, resilience, and the courage to continuously evolve. The lessons shared here highlight the importance of empathy, innovation, and grounded vision in shaping the future of our industries and community. On behalf of Nitte University, we sincerely thank our panelists, Ms. Arjumal, Ms. Atmika, and Mr. Gurudat, and all of you in the audience for being part of this dialogue.
All right. An interesting format. A lot of takeaways emerge there that you don't initially see at the surface. But thank you to all of our panelists and our student participants for that refreshing and inspiring dialogue. A photo op to capture the moment, please. It's always wonderful to see how young minds and seasoned professionals can essentially come together and envision a future that's driven by collaboration, learning, and shared purpose. I'd like for you all to please remain on stage. We'd like to present you a token of our appreciation. If I could have our industry luminaries please present our students with a small memento, our way of saying thank you. We're going to present our students with certificates. These will again come from our industry luminaries that are present with us. Thank you so much. Yes, if we could kindly please, yes, sir, if we could have each of our panelists present to one student at a time from Nitte University. Thank you so much. A meeting of the minds of age-old tradition with new age blood. All right. Thank you so much. And at this point, if I could please have National Editor with the Times Network, Anuya Yadav, kindly please come on stage to our panelists. We ask that you please remain on stage for a moment longer. We'd like to now commemorate your presence and present you with a token of our appreciation as well. Thank you so much. That was a vibrant exchange of ideas, and it truly speaks to how collaborations between generations can essentially drive meaningful progress and innovation for the future. Thank you so much. We're truly honored and deeply humbled by your decision to be here and to grace the occasion here at the ET Business Conclave Awards 2025, Mangaluru Edition. And a group photo op with all of our industry luminaries, please. With Anuya, if the four of you could please give us a quick photo op to capture the moment. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you, Anuya. Now, given the caliber of this gathering here at the ET Business Conclave and Awards 2025, Mangaluru Edition, we wanted to take the opportunity to put forward a special initiative. And this initiative is called Elevate Brand Mangaluru. And it's an initiative by the Kannada Chamber of Commerce and Industry that showcases the region's presence across the global market. So next, I'm going to present a short video, and it's about phase 1 of Elevate Brand Mangaluru. And this, again, ladies and gentlemen, is very much a unified effort of all stakeholders to essentially amplify the charm of Mangaluru. So, as the video concludes, you can, of course, scan the QR code that will appear on screen at the end of the video to get more detailed information about the initiative. And likewise, the KCCI initiative, Bolpu Silicon Beach program, the Heritage Walk, Visit Mangaluru website, and many more links are all easily accessible through this QR code as well. But seeing is believing, as they say. So at this point, I'd like to turn all of your attention to the screen so I can treat you to a quick audio visual. Please have a look. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor will be with us very shortly, but we wanted to participate. You know, the ET Business Conclave and Awards is intended to be interactive, and it's intended to be a two-way dialogue. So we wanted to encourage a bit of a Q&A session with our entrepreneurs in the room and lead that into a deep dive with our guest of honor and our subsequent awards that will follow to close out the evening. So, I think if I can open up the floor for some question and answer. You've heard from various speakers across various topics over the course of the afternoon. We've touched on subjects ranging from education to healthcare to private wealth management to where tradition meets new age tech, and the list goes on. There's a lot that we've covered. But what's important to us is to understand how we can help your business get to the next level of growth and help you take one step closer towards achieving your dreams. So we certainly encourage, if there is any sort of interaction or any kind of statement that one would like to put forward about how being based in Mangaluru is enabling them to essentially build a business that's on the likes of global counterparts, such that they're able to compete with the best of the best within India and well beyond, then this is the right opportunity to do so. Earlier in my introduction, I had mentioned that Karnataka certainly stands tall as one of the key economic drivers behind India's economic expansion, and it's contributing, according to some statistics, as much as 9% of total GDP. And it certainly ranks among the country's top 3 states. But that said, Mangaluru as a city in and of itself has certainly defined its own identity. It's well out of Bangalore's shadow. And you're seeing a bit of the reverse drain phenomenon here as well, in that a lot of students that have grown up here and perhaps considered pursuing opportunities abroad or outside of Mangaluru are now returning because they had realized that the best of the businesses can be built right here in this coastal and port town. All right. So with that, with some of our dignitaries that are in the very front row, I'd like to take the opportunity to have you participate in a bit of a Q&A session. And perhaps we could hand over some mics to our gentlemen and our distinguished guests in the front row, which I'll kindly do. To our highly distinguished guests in the front row here, we heard about an education panel and an education fireside earlier in the day. And my question to you, sir, is when it comes to Indian students and the Indian education system, one of the leading criticisms is that, while we've always demonstrated prowess when it comes to technology, that soft skills are an area of much needed improvement. Soft skills are an area of much needed improvement where our Indian students could better compete on the global stage, especially when it comes to managerial positions and not just technology strength. How do you respond to that, and what's the solution, sir?
See, I think the soft skills are very essential, and I think the universities have also recognized it. If I see each of the colleges I visit often, I see they have also started this finishing schools, which is very essential. And talking about what's happening in Mangalore. See, today in Mangalore, you will find a course for every conceivable subject. Okay. We have produced leaders in education, we have produced leaders in industries, we have produced leaders everywhere who are all Mangaloreans. And some of the efforts that the government is now making in the political class is also making is to bring back the talent to Mangalore. Soft skills, yes. We have a huge pool of Mangaloreans who have settled abroad. If 10% of them come back to Mangalore, I think we have a great talent bank on which we can bank on. And Mangalore, I'm sure, will reach greater heights. You don't have to look beyond Mangalore at all.
Sir, thank you so much for sharing that. And I'll pose my next question to you, sir. As I mentioned earlier, essentially Mangalore being home to several legacy, multi-generation, family-owned and operated businesses. But what you oftentimes see now in the subsequent generations is a resistance to join the family business. They consider it to be perhaps stifling or not the platform for their dreams to materialize, much to the dismay of older generations who would prefer that they very much join the family business. So for members of our audience that may be facing that same scenario, that may be essentially trying to determine how to find the middle ground such that their next generation has an interest in joining the family business, your words of advice.
It's definitely a challenge with most of the families. And what I have seen, even with my kids, my daughter has gone into specialization in medical research.
Sure.
Whereas I am a developer. So she says, there's no meeting ground. My son, he is a financial expert. He is working in London. He says, make Mangalore London, then I will come.
Make Mangalore London.
Now I am working harder to make Mangalore London so that at least my son can come over here.
I think that deserves a round of applause. Wonderful. Please,
So
sir.
these are the challenges which we see because of the education, because so many opportunities are available to the youngsters that they decide to choose their own field of work, and they want to be path breakers or the leaders in their choice of education and field. And as an entrepreneur, I feel we should support youngsters. It's not necessary that they should join your profession. Why? Because our professions, if we can, make it run based on the professional leadership rather than just family leadership, the business will survive, despite the next generation not being in it, So that's the way I would look at it.
Absolutely. And I'll make my way over to this side of the room. And ma'am, I had a question for you as well. A lovely session earlier vis-a-vis travel. All right? Okay. Thank you so much. All right. Essentially, when it comes to, let's just say, and our chief guest our guest of honor has certainly arrived as well. Okay, congratulations. With that? Yes. Okay. All right. We'll continue this. Yes. That was a wonderful and a very candid Q&A, but as we come towards the close of this insightful and inspiring evening, it's time we hear from a leader who has essentially been a guiding force in Karnataka's growth story and development. Someone who embodies the values of leadership, of service, and the vision that this very conclave celebrates. So ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege and it's my honor to invite our guest of honor, Shri UT Kedar Farid, Honorable Speaker of the Karnataka Legislative Assembly, to kindly please deliver the closing note for the ET Now.in Business Conclave Awards 2025, Mangaluru Edition. Sir, we're truly, truly humbled and deeply honored to have you with us, and we ask that you please kindly approach the dais to address our august gathering. Huge round of applause for our guest of honor.
ET Now in Business Conclave ನ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಥಪೂರ್ಣ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಂದರ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಸಭಾವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಮುಂದಿರುವಂಥ ವಿಧಾನ ಪರಿಷತ್ ಸದಸ್ಯರು, ನನ್ನ ಸನ್ಮಿತ್ರ ಅಂತ ಐವನ್ ಡಿಸೂಜರ್ ಅವರೇ, ET Now ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರು ಸನ್ಮಿತ್ರ ಅಂತ ಅಫ್ಸಲ್ ಖಾನ್ ಅವರೇ, ಸಮಿತಿಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ವ ಸದಸ್ಯರುಗಳೇ, ಈ ಊರಿನ ಹಿರಿಯ ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳೇ, ಬಹುಶಃ ತಮ್ಮದೇ ಆದ ವಿಶೇಷ ಶ್ರಮದ ಮೂಲಕ ಈ ಕರಾವಳಿ ಮತ್ತು ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರಿರುವ ಹಿರಿಯ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ, ಸೋದರೇ, ಸನ್ಮಿತ್ರರೇ. I hope all can understand Kannada. Now except Afzal Khan, who doesn't know Kannada? Everyone know? No problem. But if you don't know, before living, learn little bit of Kannada. I congratulate the team of Afzal Khan and the ET now for organizing this Business Conclave Award 2025 in Mangaluru. I am sure that get together, having a network, sharing your knowledge will help the city in the days to come. Where all the businessmen have joined together today here. And today appreciating them and facilitating will not only, it will be a boost for them, it will be inspiration for the younger generation to have their own business. And the younger generation who are the future asset of this country, if they get the feedback or the struggle or the achievement done by the seniors, this is an opportunity for them also to learn how to be a businessman and contribute to the society. I am sure that this conclave will inspire the younger generation and new businessmen and the new startups, where in the future days, even they'll get opportunity to get these awards in different part of this country. So when I was coming here, I was looking at the award winners, the business all are there. Many of them all my classmates, or who all either you all know them. So these people, how everyone have one or the other way, they have contributed for the development of the city and our state also. I only say to all the younger generation, because the younger generation, due to this fast food, no patience, emergency, urgent they have to go. Struggling is very less. They want all shortcuts. I think they can see all the seniors. Their struggle, their commitment and their achievement, because of their that committed struggle only, they have come to one level. I always say, not only in business, in politics also, suddenly the luck will take you up, but you don't know when you will fall down. But if you struggle with commitment and integrity and having your, with honesty, you come up, you will stay there for a long time. That way should be with all the businessmen also. And I'm sure that all this younger generation who are here today will get inspired by a program. I always say politicians and businessmen are one to always their friends only. Before, in our dad's time, my dad was an MLA. In those days, politics people used to do politics, business people used to do business. If business people wanted help from the politician, they'll go there and the politician will help them for their business and whatever it is. And during the election time, if the politician wants help, he will take help from the businessman, and the businessman will help him to win or to support him to win. Later, now what is the position? This businessman thinks, helping him and making an MLA, why I can't be MLA? So he businessmen wanted to politics. This politics people are thinking, instead of me helping him from business, he becoming a business, why can't I become a business? So all are mixed up now. So there's nothing like businessman is separate or politician separate. So they are all mixed up. In business also, there are politicians who have come up, and in politics also, business will come up. In our assembly, 20% all real estate business goes when the assembly starts. All their discussions go regarding businesses only. So I think business is each and every one. Today, they are one or the other type of business in whatever field they are there. Before it was separated. So all this program, I'm sure it will benefit for the society to come also. So as you said, it is not only in Mangalore, throughout the India. every year you have this conclave and award giving function. And this year I thank Afzal Khan and team of the ET Now for selecting Mangalore and having the function over here. So wishing you a bright and colorful future. I'll tell Afzal Khan, the team of ET Now, that businessmen in Mangalore are very committed, honest, and they struggle. And whatever situation is there, they strive and then come up. I think wherever Mangaloreans have, not only in Mangalore or in Delhi or in Bombay in India, throughout the world, wherever Mangaloreans are there, in whatever they field, always they are a model and inspiration for other people who are there also. So on behalf of each and everyone, and thanking you for selecting this Mangalore city for the ET Conclave, thanking once again, thanking each and everyone. Thank you. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Sir, I ask that you please remain on stage for a few moments longer. Thank you so much. And sir, we want to thank you for your inspiring words and for sharing your vision for a progressive, empowered, and truly inclusive Karnataka. I think your presence adds immense value to this conclave, to this gathering, and for everyone gathered here today. All right, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the most awaited part of the evening, the felicitation ceremony. So if I could please request our guest of honor, Shri UT Haider Farid, to kindly please remain on stage, sir, and help us in felicitating our distinguished award winners and contributors who have made remarkable impacts in their respective fields. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, our first category for the evening is Excellence in Co-working and Enterprise Office Space. And the winner is Vertex Managed Workspace. So could we please have the team on stage? People receiving the award include Gurudatta Shanoy, Mahesh Shetty, and Mangaldeep AR. And Vertex Managed Workspace is redefining modern offices with flexible, functional, and inspiring environments. It offers state-of-the-art co-working and managed spaces, empowering startups and enterprises alike to collaborate, innovate, and grow with ease. Excellence in co-working and enterprise office space, ladies and gentlemen. Vertex Managed Workspace. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, we'll move on to our next category, which is Outstanding Contribution in Education and Institutional Innovation. And the winner is Nitte University. We just heard from them. Can we please have Dr. Harsha, Registrar at Nitte University, accept the award? Nitte University, of course, stands as a pioneer in higher education, research and innovation. With its focus on holistic learning and societal impact, the institution continues to set benchmarks in academic excellence and leadership. Excellent. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Transformative Philanthropy and Community Leadership. And the winner is Michael D'Souza. Can we have Michael D'Souza on stage, please? He's a managing director with Ivory Grand Real Estate in the UAE. So please do join us in claiming this honor. Michael D'Souza is a visionary philanthropist whose compassion and leadership have empowered communities through initiatives in education, healthcare, and social welfare. His dedication to inclusive growth and lasting impact defines true social responsibility. Congratulations once again, sir. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Product Innovation and Market Impact. And the winner is Bindu Jira. Can we have Bindu on stage? And the team includes Ranjita Shankar, Executive Director at SG Corporates, and Megha Shankar, Director of Strategy and Marketing at House of Bindu. Bindu Jira has redefined India's beverage market with its unique flavor, authenticity, and strong local connect. So from a humble regional favorite to a national sensation, the brand's meteoric rise, innovation, and loyal following make it Mangalore's pride. Now sparkling on India's national charts. And with that, we'll move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Healthcare Leadership and Societal Contribution. And the winner is Dr. Hansraj Alba. Can we please have Dr. Hansraj Alva on stage? He's the General Physician and Managing Director at Vinaya Hospital and Research Center. Dr. Hansraj Alva is a visionary healthcare leader whose commitment to medical excellence and community welfare has transformed lives. His dedication to ethical, patient-focused care continues to inspire progress in healthcare delivery. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Emerging Entrepreneur in IT and ITES. And the winner is Dikshit Rai. So can we please have Dikshit Rai on stage, the founder of Codecraft Technologies. All right, Dikshit Rai is the founder and CEO of Codecraft and a visionary leader driving digital innovation from right here in Mangaluru. Under his guidance, the company has grown into a dynamic IT solutions firm known for its creativity, agility, and technology excellence. Thank you once again, Emerging Entrepreneur in IT and ITES. With that, we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Nursing Education and Training. And the winner is Athena Hospital. Can we have the Athena Hospital team on stage? That includes Dr. Ashit Shetyan, Mr. R.S. Shetyan. Can we please have them both on stage? Medical Director of Athena Hospital and Chairman and Managing Director of Athena Hospital and Athena Group of Educational Institutions. Established in 2003 under the Akshat Charitable Trust, Athena Institute of Health Sciences has grown into a leading center for nursing and allied health education. Proud unit of Athena Hospital, it's dedicated to shaping skilled, compassionate healthcare professionals through academic excellence and hands-on clinical training. Congratulations once again, Athena Hospital. Excellence in nursing education and training. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Maritime and Logistic Leadership. And it goes to Delta Infralogistics. Can we have Shamil Ahmed, Director, kindly please claim the honor? So Delta Infralogistics is a leading name in coastal logistics, known for its efficiency, innovation, and reliability. The company has been instrumental in strengthening India's maritime and supply chain ecosystem. And can we please have Ivan D'Souza, MLC, kindly please approach the stage to join our guest of honor in presenting the next set of awards. Ivan D'Souza, it's an honor to have you amongst us. Thank you so much. And we kindly ask that you please grace the stage along with Mr. Fareed. With that, we move on to our next category, which is Emerging Startup. And the winner is Health Bricks Private Limited. And it goes to Preeti Shenoy, founder of Juice Botal. Congratulations once again, ma'am. Health Bricks Private Limited, through its venture Juice Botal, is redefining healthy living with its range of natural cold-pressed juices focused on wellness, quality, and innovation. The brand perfectly blends nutrition with lifestyle convenience. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in CBSE Academics. And the winner is the Yenapoya School, Mangalore. Can we please have the team on stage? Mishriya Javeed, Abdullah Javeed, and Dr. Yenapoya Abdullah Kuni. Can we please have all of them on stage, all of them from the Yenapoya group? And the Yenapoya School, of course, stands out for its commitment to academic excellence and holistic education under the CBSE curriculum. The innovative teaching methods, dedicated faculty, and a focus on all-round development. The school continues to nurture young minds to excel in academics and beyond. A photo up with the team, please. The Yenapoya School, Mangalore, ladies and gentlemen, for excellence in CBSE academics. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is Youth Excellence in Gold and Diamond Jewelry Retail. And in this category, Youth Excellence in Gold and Diamond Jewelry Retail, the winner is SL Sheth Diamond House. Can we have Mr. Prashad Sheth, SL Sheth Diamond House on stage to claim the recognition and this highly coveted honor? Blending tradition with modern elegance, SL Shade Diamond House has reimagined fine jewelry for today's generation. Led by youthful vision and creativity, the brand stands out for its exquisite designs, quality craftsmanship, and trend-setting approach in gold and diamond retail. Huge round of applause to SL Shade Diamond House for youth excellence in gold and diamond jewelry retail. Oh, the little one. All right. And we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is healthcare excellence in breast cancer awareness. And it goes to Dr. Basila Amir Ali. Can we have Dr. Basila on stage, please? A breast oncoplastic surgeon at KMC Hospital, Mangaluru. Dr. Basila Amir Ali is a dedicated advocate of women's health, leading impactful initiatives in breast cancer awareness and early detection. And her compassionate work in education and community outreach has empowered countless women towards better health and improved confidence. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is excellence in growth advisory and consulting. And the award goes to Mangal Analytics and Research Consulting Private Limited. Can we please have Ashutosh Karangate on stage from MARC, Mangal Analytics and Research Consulting. Congratulations, Ashutosh. MARC is a trusted name in business intelligence and strategic consulting, offering data-driven insights that empower growth and profitability. With its expert team and analytical precision, the firm continues to drive sustainable transformation across industries. And with that, we move on to our next category, which is excellence in corporate secretarial and compliance services. And the award goes to PN Pai & Co. Can we have the team on stage? Sonali Malia, co-founder, PN Pai & Co. Congratulations once again, Sonali. With decades of expertise, PN Pai & Co. has been a trusted name in corporate governance and in compliance. Known for its professionalism and integrity, the firm continues to set standards of excellence in guiding businesses through complex regulatory frameworks. Congratulations once again, PN Pai & Co. Excellence in corporate secretarial and compliance services. With that, excellence in entertainment venue. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Onyx Air Lounge and Kitchen. Can we have the team on stage? Akshit Chauta, proprietor of Onyx Air Kitchen. Congratulations, sir. Onyx Air Lounge and Kitchen has really redefined Mangaluru's dining and entertainment scene with its vibrant ambience, eclectic cuisine, and lively spirit. A true hub of leisure and luxury, it stands as a symbol of the city's dynamic lifestyle and premium hospitality. With that, we move on to our next category, excellence in global impact, and it goes to Mukka Protein Limited. Can we have the Mukka Protein team on stage? Mr. Muhammad Altaf Kalandan, Whole-Time Director and CFO, and Mr. Muhammad Arif Kalandan, Whole-Time Director and COO. Mukka Shipping stands as a leader in India's maritime and export sector, driving efficiency, innovation, and global partnerships. Its visionary approach has strengthened India's presence in international trade and set new benchmarks in sustainable maritime leadership. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is iconic dining destination. And the winner is Lisparo Beach Resort. Let's have the team on stage, please. Adarsh Shetty, proprietor and restaurateur. Congratulations, sir. Lisparo Beach Resort is a coastal gem known for its stunning ambience, exceptional cuisine, and certainly its warm hospitality. Blending seaside charm with fine dining, it has earned its place as Mangaluru's iconic destination for taste and tranquility. And with that, congratulations to the entire Lisparo Beach Resort team. What an honor, what a special moment. Iconic dining destination. Here at the ET Business Conclave Awards 2025 Mangaluru Edition. With that, we move on to our next category, which is outstanding leadership in beverage supply chain and distribution. And it goes to NJ Beverages. Can we have Jonah Nigel Sarao, proprietor and founder of NJ Beverages, kindly please approach the stage. to receive this incredible honor. NJ Beverages has emerged as a leader in efficiency, in innovation and market reach. With its strong distribution network and focus on quality, the brand exemplifies excellence and reliability in the category. Congratulations to NJ Beverages' outstanding leadership in beverage supply chain and distribution. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Excellence in Social Impact and Empowerment Award. And it goes to Dr. Subhashini. So can we please have the proprietor of Medi Healthcare's CEO of Vankadari Real Estate and Developers Private Limited. Mr. Subhashini S. is a dedicated social worker and an entrepreneur committed to education and to community welfare. And honored with multiple awards, she embodies compassion and leadership through her impactful social initiatives. Thank you so much, Dr. Subhashini. With that, we move on to Excellence in Media Network Leadership South India. And the award goes to Madhu Naidu. Can we please have Madhu Naidu on stage to claim this highly prestigious honor and recognition? He's the head of South Asia Advertisements and Channels Business with Hathaway and Den Network. And Madhu Naidu is a media leader whose strategic insight and creativity has strengthened South India's media landscape. His leadership continues to drive innovation and connect brands, stories, and audiences across the region. Congratulations once again, sir, for excellence in media network leadership, South India. And then we have Humanitarian Excellence and Service Leadership Award. And it goes to CA Shantaram Shetty. Congratulations, sir. Shantaram Shetty is a chartered accountant and a highly distinguished professional and humanitarian dedicated to education, healthcare, and community upliftment. His compassion and leadership have touched countless lives, embodying true service to society. Congratulations once again, sir, Mr. Shetty. All right. And with that, we also have outstanding contribution to education and institutional innovation, which goes to Nitte University. Can we have Dr. Harsha, Registrar, Nitte University, come up once again? All right, lovely. Yes, kindly, sir. Kindly, sir. And Nitte University, ladies and gentlemen, stands as a pioneer in higher education, research, and innovation, with a focus on holistic learning, of course, and societal impact. The institution continues to set benchmarks in academic excellence and leadership. All right. And now if I could please have National Editor of the Times Network and my colleague Anuya Yadav kindly please approach the stage to felicitate our guest of honor with a token of our appreciation, a small way of ours, and our way of saying thank you, sir, for being here and for gracing the occasion here at the ETNow.in Business Conclave Awards 2025. A special moment and one to remember. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Anuya. So what an incredible evening it has been. We've celebrated ideas, innovation, leadership, and that spirit of Dakshina Kannada that is insurmountable. So on behalf of ETNow.in, we as a team would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of our dignitaries, to our partners, to our speakers, to our guests, and to all of you in the audience, really, for making the Business Conclave Awards 2025 Mangaluru Edition a grand success. Special thank you to our partners and all of our supporters who made the event possible. And you've been an incredibly warm, well-informed and welcoming audience. So we ask that you please do stick around and offer your media bites. We'd love to interact with you and take the conversation further. And we'd also love to invite you for dinner. So with that, we officially conclude tonight's proceedings, but the conversations, of course, continue. So a networking dinner is right outside the hall on the floor directly beneath us. I'm Pooja Jain. It's been such a pleasure to host you and to spend the evening with you. And we look forward to seeing you next time. With that, thank you for being a part of this celebration, this vision, this story of leadership and growth. Have a lovely evening ahead. Thank you so much.